This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, new services for immigrants through a public-private partnership. Lawmakers and laid-off residents wrestle with the state's unemployment system. And what makes a gateway city? It's our local news roundtable. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, Sunday night at 6 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on BPR on GBH and NEPM, live from the BPL. We often talk about how you're coping with the day-to-day horrors of this administration, but today we're taking a longer view. We'll open phone and text lines to hear all the ways you're steeling yourself for 3 more years of this. Call or text. Then it's Media Maven Sue O'Connell and Live Music Friday with fabulous Irish musicians, Matt and Shannon Heaton, and the Japanese band Ojizo.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then it's Dr. Megan Ranney of the Yale School of Public Health on the epidemic of American violence, and the Iranian-American bakery owners of La Saison in Cambridge on the impacts of war in the country they grew up in. And we'll end the week with you. How do you deal with the annoying people in your lives? Research shows stress is a killer. So how do you stay healthy if you're swimming in a sea of people who are hassling you? It's all ahead on BPR Live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. The Pentagon says all 6 crew members who were aboard a U.S. military refueling plane have died in a collision with another plane in western Iraq. The refueling plane crash-landed. The second plane involved in the collision landed safely. NPR's Quill Lawrence reports.
CENTCOM announced that 2 U.S. refueling tanker aircraft were involved in an incident in friendly airspace. One of them, a KC-135 tanker, went down in western Iraq, which borders Jordan. The second tanker landed safely. CENTCOM said there was no hostile or friendly fire involved in the mishap. The KC-135 is used to refuel jets in midair and usually carries a small crew of 3 to 6 airmen. Rescue operations continued through the night. Central Command does not identify fallen troops until 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. The Pentagon said bombardment of Iran will continue to intensify and that U.S. forces are targeting Iran's ability to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz, where a fifth of the world's oil supply transits. Quill Lawrence, NPR News.
Germany's chancellor is criticizing the Trump administration for temporarily lifting sanctions on Russian oil. The Trump administration says this is intended to bring down surging energy prices in the midst of the U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. NPR's Rob Schmitz reports from Berlin.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, speaking to reporters during an official visit to Norway, called Trump's move to lift sanctions on Russia wrong. He went on to say there is a price problem but not a supply problem when it comes to oil. And he said he wanted to know what other factors led the U.S. government to make this decision. The U.S. temporarily lifted some of its sanctions on Russia late Thursday, allowing for the delivery and sale of Russian oil. Merz said he wants to ensure Russia does not exploit the war in Iran to weaken Ukraine. And as far as rising oil prices, he pointed to the release of international oil reserves in recent days by countries including Germany, which is intended to bring down those prices. Rob Schmitz, NPR News, Berlin.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer was at a suburban Detroit temple this morning, one day after an attack on the synagogue. From member station WDET, Russ McNamara has more.
The attacker, identified by authorities as Ayman Ghazali, was killed by security guards at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township after he rammed his vehicle into the building. Talking to reporters, Governor Whitmer said she couldn't speak to the motivations of the attacker, but said anti-Semitism is not welcome in Michigan.
We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country.
Overnight, federal authorities raided Ghazali's home in a nearby suburb. He was a naturalized citizen from Lebanon, and his family was killed by Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon. For NPR News, I'm Ross McNamara in Detroit.
You're listening to NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. 19 nonprofits in Western Mass are about to receive grants to help them provide safety and security from hate crimes. Mass Live reports the nearly $5 million in grants were announced this week by Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. Among the 19 nonprofits are a predominantly black church that was burned down in a hate crime, a medical center specializing in transgender care, and multiple Jewish organizations. Healey says those organizations are among 167 nonprofits that have received state grants to help them improve security. The Falmouth Select Board took action this week on Cape Cod to ban ICE from conducting operations on town property. The board voted to ask its legal counsel to draft a policy in line with an executive order issued by Boston Mayor Michelle Wu last month. Falmouth Select Board member Jack Richardson says the action item comes as federal immigration agents have faced criticism for operations in Minneapolis and elsewhere.
It's very clear that what ICE is doing is completely unconstitutional. It is destroying our local economy, and it is just, more importantly, it's destroying people's lives. But it's about how do we protect the most vulnerable in our society right now, and I think that taking these steps towards actionable policies is the way to go at this time.
The Select Board also drafting a letter to elected officials that advocates for holding federal officers to the same set of standards as Falmouth Police. Exhibition baseball, Red Sox play the Rays in sunny Fort Myers today. Increasing clouds around here, low to mid-40s. It's 37 in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from Strawberry.me, whose career coaches offer professional support to help people get unstuck, gain clarity, and move forward, whether advancing in a current role or choosing a new direction altogether. More at strawberry.me/public.
Eastern Brownie, I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. 50% of us at the Boston Public Library. That's Jim. I had a little minor medical thing, so I am here at the studio in Brighton, broadcasting from the dark. Attorney General will be with us on Wednesday, March 25th at the library at 11 o'clock, and the governor will be with us March 27th at 11 o'clock. Also at the library. Hello, Jim.
There was just a vote at the library, and the people here in attendance decided they voted overwhelmingly to switch, that I would go back to Brighton and you would come here. By the way, a couple of programming notes just to add to what Marjorie said. Phil Lang, the general manager of the T, and I think he's the acting Secretary of Transportation, will be with us to take our questions and yours next Friday at the library, noon to 1. And in about 30 minutes, Matt and Shannon Heaton and a Japanese Celtic band, Ojizo, are going to play, and I heard them this morning. They're great. They're totally great. So if you're not here, get here. And if you aren't here and not coming, then at least check them out on YouTube. You know, we often check in with listeners about the ways they're coping with the onslaught of daily Trump-related bad news, and there are plenty of daily dramas to discuss. But today we're taking a related but slightly different approach. We still have, in the neighborhood of 3 years of this madness, at least, I guess. What are the bulwarks that you've erected to keep you sane until Trump is gone? Maybe you're limiting your news consumption and just listening to the radio from 11 to 1. Maybe you've stopped watching TV cable news and logged off social media. The most resourced among us, we were reading interesting stuff this morning, are actively looking to leave the country altogether, not just rhetoric anymore, in search of somewhere completely, well, nowhere is Trump-free, but Trump-free, and a lot of people are taking up hobbies as a distraction. How are you planning, if you are planning, to make it through the next 3 years? The number's 877-301-8970. Ms. Black and White back in Brighton. How are you doing?
Well, how many times have you noticed if you're with family or friends, or you're at some social gathering and people start talking about politics, and somebody in the group about 3-4 minutes in will say, you know what, I can't talk about this anymore. Let's change the subject. Let's talk about the Red Sox. Let's talk about the weather. Let's talk about the snow. I think there's a lot of avoidance going on because it does upset people. But, they say the usual things. You need more good social interactions with people. Lots of people think they should go to nature. I was reading a story today from the Washington Post that was talking about birds. When birds get stress, they don't move around very much, and they hang around together. I thought that was kind of interesting.
How's that helpful?
I don't know.
Oh, you mean they hang around together? Meaning, what, do they get some positive vibe from other
positive vibe
birds?
From other birds? Because the stress, like this story says, is contagious. So if you're around somebody who's a nervous wreck, you're going to be a nervous wreck. But the birds kind of shut down, don't talk, don't move much. Well, they're not. I guess birds don't really talk, do they? But they're hanging around together. And
maybe you should get a parakeet, Marjorie. How about that? In all seriousness, by the way,
your dogs, though. Think about that. You take care of your kids' dogs. Dogs are great stress reducers.
You're focused on the wrong thing. I think the wrong thing. I mean, that's sort of maybe it's not. Maybe a daily strategy. What I thought today would be useful is does anybody have a long-term plan? I mean, most of us get through the day. We are really lucky. I assume you feel the same way. Being able to talk about this, I don't know if it's cathartic. That's probably not the right word, but it surely. You'd think it would increase stress. At least for me, it decreases it. You know what I've done, by the way, and this is a totally conscious decision. Almost every day, if I don't have something I have to do in the afternoon, I cook in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But I find it incredibly distracting and distracting from the horrible stuff. You get focused on that. They're good outcomes more often than not, so you feel productive. So that was a totally conscious decision with me saying this will be a good thing that helps me get through this nightmare.
While you're cooking, do you have any media going? Do you listen to music, or do you watch television, or do you have a movie on?
I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. I always start listening to music. I hope it was Spotify.
Yeah.
And I generally can't resist dipping into the nightmare of the day. And then I try to then I try to get out of it again. And even if I do, even if it's in the background, I'm really recommending this for people because I'm not a great cook. I'm better than you, but I'm not a great cook. Focusing on something that demands your attention. Like, for example, as I said to you, when you chop vegetables, if you don't want to cut your finger off, you actually have to pay attention. You have to read the recipe, you have to whatever.
You don't have a Vegematic, Jim?
I do. Do not have a Vegematic. I should get a Vegematic as seen on TV. But the point is, it demands your attention. So even if I do the stupid thing and put on the radio or the TV to hear what's going on in Trump world, I'm distracted from that. So it really works for me. But the point I'm trying to make, and I'm not a shrink, as they say, people need a long-term strategy. It is exhausting every day to have to figure out for that day how you're going to make it through. I think the goal for most people should be, here's what I'm going to do with myself for the next 3 years at least to try to stay sane and relatively healthy. The number is 877-301-8970. You look good in black and white, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I like the whole thing there.
Thank you very much. See, the Boston Public Radio is right behind me.
That's our
WGBH
show. That's
News.
why it says that.
That's why it says that. Yep, I'm right in our nice little
studio. It says join the conversation. Do you know that?
It does say join the
over
conversation.
Over your right elbow, and it has the phone number and everything. It's incredible how that works. 877-301-8970. What are you laughing
Here's
about?
The first texter says, I can tell you what I'm not going to be doing. I ain't going to stop sniffing glue. That's for sure. And that, of course, is a takeoff of our...
It's like I picked the wrong week to quit drinking. It's like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines. It's like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
By the way, another texter says, I guess I picked the wrong presidency to quit sniffing glue.
Well, just one last thing, and then we'll go to the calls. Yeah. It is because you're constantly checking to see if anything bad has happened. And I think that's what...
exactly what it is.
That's what it is.
Exactly
I wake up in the morning thinking, oh, my God, do I find out now? Because it comes across your phone, so you can't get away from it. It's on your phone. But I think that's what this is about this presidency. Oh, what bad could have happened overnight?
By the way, I'm so glad you brought that up before we get to the calls, because I hadn't thought of this till you just said this. Yesterday afternoon or the day before, I don't know, whatever day I most recently was able to go home almost immediately after the show, I stupidly turned on a replay of Hegseth's morning press conference, and I got really aggravated. However, I then started cooking, and I got distracted. This morning, unfortunately, you called me and said, you got to listen to this steroid enraged lunatic, which I did. I can't cook at the library, and I really worked myself into a total frenzy.
Well, just one last thing, and then I'll shut up and we'll go to the calls and texts. He's like a rageaholic.
He really is a rageaholic.
He's getting up there and just ranting and raving about we have to be the toughest and the strongest and no mercy and no nothing. And thank God for Raising Cane. The general that's next to him, Trump calls him Raising Cane. It's Daniel Cane, who sounds so normal.
Hegseth interrupted him today and corrected, or at least did an addendum to one of his explanations because it was not totally aligned with the Trump worldview. By the way, an unnamed, because we can't say his name, texter just texted, my distraction is listening to the radio to hear Marjorie laugh, was what.
Oh, good.
And you know who it is, by the way. You'd be very happy about that.
Okay.
877-301-897. Can you see the calls back in?
Yes, I can. Daniel in Brookfield, thank you for calling.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Pleasure.
What do you think?
My distraction is definitely working out and getting exercise. It can lift your serotonin levels and make you feel better about yourself no matter what's going on in the world. But I just wanted to call and talk about how I think it's really important to keep open discussions with people on the other side of the political aisle. It's not really a distraction per se, but I do find that it's easier to, and it's also necessary to pull yourself away. But like so many people now, it's become almost impossible to talk about things with people who don't share the same political spectrum as you. And also there's a lot bigger infrastructure at work than just the Trump presidency. It's more of a class-based thing, I believe. But
hey, Daniel, can I make a suggestion? At a little bit afternoon, we're going to be joined on Zoom by the Dean of the School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. And she actually has a program at Yale about listening to and, quote, hearing the so-called other side. You should stick around because I think you and she may be on the same wavelength.
And Daniel, hold on, Daniel. Before you leave, though, some of us find that conversation very stress-inducing, but you're saying the opposite?
Yeah, it can be healing to hear someone who you believe is living in a totally politicized reality other than your own, to hear that you have common ground. To understand that.
Okay. So you might both like peanut butter sandwiches or something like that.
No, and that's not what I mean. I mean, like, a lot of the news is kind of propagandized to the point where you could see the same news event and have a totally different perspective on it. Of course. And it's refreshing to talk to humans, you know. It's refreshing to talk to your neighbor and hear, like, oh, this is a real person, you know. The people that support this, they might just be confused or misinformed, you know. It's not always hatred.
Yeah.
Daniel, let me end this by saying you are clearly a better person than I. Thank you very, very much for your call. But do listen to Megan Ranney at noon. I think you'll find it interesting.
Except I divert from Daniel on the most, or I don't know if Daniel said most news, but lots of news is propagandizing. I think some news is propagandizing. And one of Pete Hegseth's statements this morning had to do with his wanting more of the news to be propagandized because he doesn't like a equal opportunity presentation of the facts.
Well, maybe Daniel didn't mean that the media was, not all the media was propagandizing, but the purveyors of the news, the Hegseths, the Trumps, are obviously propagandizing and making up stuff as they go. Maybe that's what he meant. 877-301-897. We're looking for long-term solutions, for lack of better expression, to dealing, enduring at least three more years of what we're living through right now. And by the way, it's totally fine if you're somebody who is enthralled by the wonderfulness of these current times. It's fine to call and share that with us as well. Kathy in Andover, hi.
Hi, I'm calling today from Andover.
That's why I said Kathy from Andover. Hello, hi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
I'm a little
Kathy.
nervous.
No, it's
anyways,
fine.
I want to tell you how I handle it. And remember, I'm crabby by nature. And he stores me up. So what I do is I try to do something nice or kind when every day. Like the other day we had lunch. And even though I don't drink, I gave the bartender a tip because I saw she had a big party coming in. And I buy people. I know what I did. I sent 2 dinner certificates to the young man that was arrested by ICE on a
wow.
volleyball.
That's great.
And I knew he liked McDonald's, so I sent them. I talked to the secretary at the superintendent's office. She was so nice, and I sent the card and the certificates to him.
Kathy, you are fabulous.
Kathy, that was a great call.
And what did that do for you, Kathy? But don't go away. What did that do for you? Obviously, it was a wonderful thing for the young man. What did it do for you?
it just makes me feel that I can kind of cancel the mean things that are said and done.
You're great. Kathy, that is fabulous.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Do you want to read Art from West Bridgewater? Do you have it in front of you?
No, I don't.
I will.
You go ahead.
Anybody having a problem dealing with this presidency should not be listening to this show from 11 to 1. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Love you anyway. Art's been a long-time listener, way back. Thank you, Art. Good to talk to you.
Here's Sarah in West Roxbury. I take solace in my pets, my garden, and in stabby crafts, embroidery, needle felting, knitting, etc. And when all else fails, I make posters for the next Trump protest. And then Anna Rhode Island said she had brunch with friends last week, and we had a bet that if someone brought up politics, they had to pay the bill. We made it through most of the meal, but at the end, we all gave up and started venting. We're all anti-Trump and MAGA.
By the way, Zoe just wrote a note. I was going to say it. Zoe, our colleague, have never heard them referred to as stabby crafts. I love it, and so do I. What a great expression. Peter in Arlington, I'm only saying this because Marjorie's very self-conscious about her laugh. Peter in Arlington is adding to that role. Yes, Marjorie's laugh has magical properties. What do you think of that, Marjorie?
That's nice, because I'm very self-conscious. I thought I sounded like a hyena, so it's nice to know.
Some people like hyenas. I mean, that's fairly obvious.
Yeah, they were the villains in The Lion King. I've never gotten over it.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Thank you. That makes me feel less self-conscious about it. Thank you.
877-301-8970. We're asking if you have a long-term plan to survive this mess and protect your mental health and all that sort of thing. Susan in Arlington, welcome. Hi.
Hi, thanks. Listen to you guys most days.
Thank you.
I'm a retired lawyer, and last June I saw something in the New York Times that there was a new organization started by AFL-CIO and some of the big law firms called Rise Up Federal Workers Legal Defense Network.
I've heard of it, yeah.
And they were looking for lawyers to talk to federal workers. And I was so excited to have something I could actually do. And I have been working with them since July 1, so it's been quite a long time now. I spend about 15 hours a week talking to federal workers who are being treated like crap. And they are so appreciative of having somebody who cares. And I give them as much information as I can and help them as much as I can. It's just, every call is completely amazing. I'm so honored to be able to do this work. And I sit here at my desk and with my cat, and we have a bird feeder outside the window, and we watch the birds and we talk to federal workers, and it's just great.
By the way, to underline what you don't need to hear, the need of federal workers, there's a piece in, I don't know what the news thing is. There's a piece, the headline of it is Russ Vogt, he's the guy who's head of the Office of Management and Budget, wanted federal employees, quote, this is a quote from him, in trauma was his quote, based upon cuts and other abusive behavior from the administration. They were villains.
Yeah.
That's great. And Susan, thanks for the call. I mean, volunteering is what we haven't heard so far. That is obviously a huge and important way you can cope, I guess.
We have a couple of people that are getting into sourdough. Susan from Boston says she's become a sourdough diva. I bake and give away, then I bake some more in between. Like Jim, I fill my afternoon with cooking for the family and others. And here's someone who says, my daughter, tired of Trump and the GOP chaos, is moving to Canada in a few days. I'm loading up my trunk and helping her. I plan on making numerous trips there this summer.
Can I tell you something? For a guy for whom there were almost no expectations, because he was basically a business guy who became prime minister, this guy Carney, talk about soothing and strong. The new prime minister, who obviously is referred to in demeaning fashion by Trump as recently as the other day as the governor of Canada, implying that they're going to be the 51st state, has been great. Anonymous Texas says, best way to deal with the next few years, it's called a coma. That is... That's right. If we could have, like, not self-induced, but essentially limited-term comas, that's another way to...
another gentleman, and given the fact that there was that attack on that synagogue
in Michigan
yesterday in Michigan, which was horrible, an anti-Semitic attack, he said he's spending more time at his synagogue and listening to the rabbi there. He finds it very soothing and and just makes him feel better.
Do you think it's less soothing if you go to a place of worship, which of course I do not go to, but for those who do, when you have to walk through a police detail to get into the facility?
Well, I was saying before the show, I live in a place that's surrounded by some Jewish schools, Jewish temples. I've run a few of them right near me, and like a big place where, I don't know, gatherings of people or whatever. And, days when there are services there and days when the kids are in school, they have guards that I think are armed outside them every day. It's really sad.
We're talking about how to cope long term, and hopefully this is short term. This is what Trump says, at least. Oil prices. Do you hear what Trump, talk about stress inducing? Do you hear what Trump posted yesterday about oil prices going up? He said it was a great thing for America.
Yeah.
Because we will make a lot more money. Meaning the oil companies. He literally put this out. The oil companies make a lot more money because prices are going up, which of course means the people who are his constituents will pay a lot more money and be less able to afford. It is demented.
Well, he said the same thing about how great it was the housing prices were so high.
That's true.
Which I think is opposite of what most people think.
Let's go to Tim in Saratoga Springs, New York. Beautiful place, actually. Hi, Tim. Hello.
Hey, good morning, guys.
And to you.
Real first, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, great. Okay, so first of all, I am 1 year sober today.
Congratulations.
That's great.
Yeah, so what I'm doing, like the others, I'm volunteering. I'm providing service to others. I volunteer at a local coffee house here. I help raise money for the local food bank at my church, and I'm a sports official for youth sports from little guys right up to college. Now, yeah, I get paid for that, but it really is a public service. So, it is in giving that we receive. I don't want to get evangelical on y'all, but that really, really helps me.
That's fabulous.
That's a good one. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Tim. Keep at it. That's great. Thank you for your call.
Listen to this from Terry and JP. I'm going to remarry and have a torrid love affair with my new wife for the rest of my life. We're too old for kids, and we don't need any more money. And then another one, which is bad to follow up.
Is he currently married, by the way, or no?
Well, I imagine he's not married if he's about to remarry.
Okay.
I mean, maybe he's got to wait for the divorce to be filed and marry the next day. I don't know. And the next person, which is following up on someone who's sober, for which we congratulated him. This person is in the other end of the spectrum. I am self-medicating with food, alcohol, and marijuana. I've gained 10 pounds. I get high every night to sleep, and the 5 o'clock rule of when to start drinking is now 4 o'clock. So there you go.
That's it?
That's the text. Yes.
You're staring at me.
I am?
Yeah, you sort of are.
Oh.
Is that the end of the discussion?
No.
Can you see yourself? By the way, I love this black and white.
Right here.
I'm sorry you're not here.
I can go. Do we have time for a quick call?
No, we don't.
We
Marjorie.
don't. Okay.
That's because the clock is winding down.
The clock is winding down. Okay, we don't have time.
You can thank people for the calls.
No, thank you very much for the calls. Great
yes.
calls and great texts. And obviously, people have devised their coping strategies. Okay, coming up after the
Marjorie has not devised her coping strategy. Believe me.
I have cut. I can't watch too much television news. One hour a day.
What are you talking about? You called me at 8:04 this morning watching Hegseth's press conference live.
For journalistic reasons, I had to watch Rageaholic Pete Hegseth this morning. Yeah, I did.
He is really ill.
But I tried.
Ill
there's something
and
wrong, and that's what's stressful because you think this is the guy that's running the Department of.
Well, we should have listened to his mother.
We should have listened to his mother. Anyway, coming up after this quick break, media maven Sue O'Connell joins us. She's going to be at the library with Jim. She's going to talk about the merger talk between us, GBH, and BUR, and Trump's push to make it much harder to vote in the 2026 elections. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, partially at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
This weekend, the Boston Pops honors the longtime A Celtic Sojourn host Brian O'Donovan. Conducted by Emer Noon with special guests Aoife O'Donovan and Solace. Join us for Celtic Night, a tribute to Brian O'Donovan and A Celtic Sojourn. Sunday night at 7, here on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Chevalier Theatre, presenting Dancing with the Celts, coming to Medford on March 13th. The Celts combine the sound of Ireland and Nashville and are accompanied by Irish step dancers. Ticket info at chevaliertheatre.com. And M. Steinert & Sons, celebrating the 173rd anniversary of Steinway & Sons this March. Their Newton Piano Gallery offers new and used grand and upright Steinway pianos. More at msteinert.com/March.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan is in Brighton. I'm here at the library. And we are streaming youtube.com/GBH News. A couple of upcoming things for you all. Next Friday, Phil Lang, head of the T and Secretary of Transportation for the time being, an hour at noon to 1. Ask the, whatever he is, GM/secretary, or, ask him questions. 25th, which is a Wednesday the following week, Attorney General here for an hour at 11, Governor here for an hour at 11 on the 27th, and in about 20 minutes, fabulous, fabulous music ahead of St. Patrick's Day by Matt Shannon Heaton, and this is pretty great. Well, they're pretty great, by the way. Ojizo, which is a Japanese Celtic band making their New England debut. It's all coming up in a few minutes. But first, not making her debut, is our favorite local woman, Sue O'Connell, co-publisher of South End News, Bay Windows news influencer at NBC 10 Boston. Good day, Sue
Good day
O'Connell.
to you, and
How
good
are
day. This is like 1984 with Marjorie.
It is sort of, isn't it?
Or Max
It
Headroom.
is.
Do you remember Max
I
Headroom?
do, of course I
Max
do.
Headroom. It's Max Headroom. I like it.
Yeah.
What are you sending texts while you're talking to us? What are you doing?
I have to be honest that I thought I was on at noon.
You were?
Yeah.
Well,
so
you're not.
I'm not, but here I made it. Here I am.
Well, it's good. That
So I'm
means
just
she's
catching
read
up.
none of the material. And
I'm just going to vamp.
Good
well,
luck.
You can vamp about this. This is a headline from the Boston Globe. Aidan Ryan's the reporter. Could a merger between GBH and BUR save the public media giants? One of the stations, that would be GBH, is open to exploring the idea. What do you think, Sue?
Well, I think a lot of folks don't understand the interesting structure of NPR and the local stations. It's not like a regular affiliate situation, like when you've got an ABC and then you've got Channel 5 here. Channel 5 is owned by, Hearst, and then they have an agreement with ABC. For NBC 10, we're actually owned by the network, so we're an NBC-owned and operated station. And in radio, it's a similar thing. But for the public radio stations, it's a very interesting, I was going to say weird, but interesting revenue sharing model, which has been what the challenge has been for many radio stations, local public radio stations in the situation. When it comes to this situation, I've always loved, the rumor about GBH is that the newsroom was started as as sort of a revenge newsroom to get back at WBUR, which I don't believe, but it was always kind of fun. So you've got, GBH with all of this television platforms, right? You've got all of the great
huge
television
percentage
work.
of national PBS television is produced right in our building.
American Experience,
and decades of it. Yeah, it's not just current. And then you've got BUR, which is affiliated to Boston University, which has no television. And for radio, you guys have built, the past 12 years, I think.
Longer.
I think it's 2000.
What you hear on GBH was built
11?
in this century, basically.
Do you have a point here you're trying to make?
Yeah, my point is that I just wanted to
exactly?
lay the groundwork here, because on paper it's like, it makes sense they should merge or no, it doesn't. But it's a very complicated situation, and with the funding cuts that are coming from the government, it is definitely worth something to explore. But would the television go with it? Would you guys be on BUR? I think that there's, to the points that have been made in the past, there's plenty of people here in this city who can support two public radio stations as long as there's a differentiation between what you're listening to.
My favorite part of this so far, because I love intrigue, is our boss, Susan Goldberg, tells the Globe yesterday that she thinks it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Let's do it, essentially. And Margaret Lowe, who runs BUR, almost acted like I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, not quite. That may be a bit of an exaggeration.
Right, which I'm sure she's been asked about it for like a year and a half at least. We know they've talked to it. You know, there's also just it is a negotiation standpoint too about who's going to come to the table first and who's going to ask. But you know, I think it's definitely something worth exploring because you don't want to lose either one of the stations, and you want if it's better that they're stronger together, then it's something that should happen. But it is it's not just an easy apples to apples comparison. It's very complicated.
Well, you've actually made it even more complicated.
That's my job.
We really appreciate it. We're talking to Sue O'Connell.
Deep thoughts.
Well, speaking of complicated, let's talk about the Save America Act.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Trump is trying to stuff other stuff in there, like no care for trans kids in the Save Act. But essentially what he's trying to do, people think it's just about showing up with an ID at the polls.
No.
It's a lot more than that.
No, this is part of Donald Trump's plan to federalize elections. And as you may know, that the Constitution says that only the states and Congress can be in charge of elections. That's why election law changes from state to state to state to state. What Trump wants to do is for federal elections, the basis of this is require that to register to vote, you need to bring a birth certificate and or a passport to prove that you're a citizen to vote. And the challenge with that is almost 50% of Americans do not have passports. Many people do not have access to their birth certificates, and it could, the opponents say, be a poll tax that you have to pay in order to register to vote. My argument is if that's so important to you, then maybe the government should give you a federal ID for free and then put a chip in it, and then they can track you for the rest of your life, which is like definitely George Orwell 1984. But Trump is also stuffing stuff more into this bill, like the trans issue, but also he's saying that he's not going to sign any other legislation until the SAVE Act passes. We are at war. You know, I'm concerned about the trans stuff, but we're at war. And the president's saying, unless you pass this, which they're not going to be able to because they don't have enough Republicans for the filibuster issue, it's going to languish, and he's going to hold up Congress from being able to do anything. He's also saying, you know, I want to stop mail-in voting. That's part of this as well. He doesn't want mail-in voting happening because it's filled with fraud. What this is,
because he says it's filled with fraud.
It's not at all.
It's not filled with fraud. And the citizenship issue, there are almost no non-citizens.
Right.
What was the name of the libertarian? Is it
Cato and Brookings both say there
are like 100 people in the last two federal elections nationally who were non-citizens who they found were voting.
And none of them have turned over any elections or caused any. I mean, this is like cutting off your arm to deal with you might have a hangnail. It's not even the issue. So this along with a host of other things. I have a series on TikTok, which you can watch, called Trump Federalizing the Elections.
Oh, good.
Where he is trying to get us to a point where the midterms are not trusted. I might argue he's trying to get us somewhere where there may not be a midterm election.
New Republic, the guy wrote last week, there's a coup d'etat in the works.
Yeah.
And we're ignoring it.
Don't forget
the
mail-in ballots. He's trying to get rid of them, too.
Yep. And so as the other stuff he's stuffing in here, we're in serious trouble when it comes to our midterm elections and how Trump wants to federalize the elections. He's now saying that China was involved in hacking stuff. So every single attack he can make on election security, and I don't mean like, keeping us safe, keeping the Russians out, letting us trust the ballot and letting us trust the process, he's attacking it. And I think it's the biggest threat we're facing right now in this country. And again, I have a TikTok series you can go visit.
You know what the other threat we're facing? Hypocrisy. John Cornyn is one of the two Republicans running for the U.S. Senate in Texas. Mm-hmm. Cornyn is being opposed by the corrupt, almost criminal Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton. Trump has said he's going to endorse one of the two before the runoff, which I think is in May.
I think he did Cronin.
No.
He didn't?
Well, if he did it in the last 24 hours, because Cronin's whole career, he's been in the Senate, I think, 18 years. His whole career has been, I'm against getting rid of the filibuster. Yep. Well, when Trump said you got to get rid of the filibuster, all of a sudden he had an epiphany and did a 180. Here's a reporter and incumbent Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn.
You previously said that nuking the filibuster would be taking a wrecking ball to Senate rules. Is that no longer true?
I said I'd be open to reforms.
Sure.
What would you say to those who say you just changed your mind to win the president's endorsement?
I'd say that's not true.
I mean, well, it happens to be true, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I don't know how people
Jim,
live with themselves.
I mean, no disrespect to my friends in the bondage world, in the S&M
In the bondage world?
Not at all. Any fetish that you're into.
Senator Cornyn is in the bondage
world. But these submissives around Trump are disgusting and an insult to the fetish community. Trump is making them wear. Do you know about the shoes he's making them wear?
Oh, talk about the shoes.
I mean,
I love the shoes.
What's the name of the shoe brand?
Florsheim, not Fleischmann. Florsheim.
That's the margarine.
By the way, Fleischmann shoes, unfortunately, that's butter.
Florsheim shoes, which our dads wore, right?
Okay.
And a lot of no one
Yeast or
wears them
something.
anymore. You go to even the most official
I had
places.
Florsheim when I was bar mitzvah.
Right,
actually.
you have to wear them, right?
Comfort shoes, Sue.
Right, that's what they're wearing now, and they're actually suing Trump over tariffs, which is funny. Trump now goes around the room and asks the men in the room what size shoe they have, or he guesses, and then he makes them buy Florsheim Oxford tie-up shoes and wear them. And you can see in pictures our
Rubio.
Secretary of State and the head of every other it's like 7 or 12 jobs that Rubio has right now. His shoes are too big.
Far, not a little too big. Huge.
So they're wearing shoes that Trump is making them wear, and I bet that some of them are too small on some of them. So it's like this weird, like it's a dominatrix situation here with Trump.
That's
and you've
right.
got all of these men who think they're the rulers of the universe, basically wearing shoes that are too big, too small, and doing whatever Trump tells them to do.
Plus, they had like a shoe size contest.
Yes.
Where somebody admitted they only had a size 7, and they were ridiculed for, your shoe size says a lot about you.
It's just totally.
By the way, if you haven't seen the photograph, you think that Sue is doing acting in hyperbole.
Well, Rubio.
If you Google Rubio and shoes, I wish we had the photo.
It's
Rubio has a little foot. I mean, he has a foot that goes with his size. And the shoe, there's enough
Little
room
Marco.
to put like a ham sandwich in the back of his shoe.
Don't you think it's because he didn't tell the truth about his shoe
Right,
size?
but he could also
I
listen.
didn't hear a word
I
you said. I'm
I don't
sorry,
want
my mic
that he
picked up.
lied. He lied about the
Can't hear
shoe
you
size.
either.
Okay.
Oh,
shoe
there you're
size.
back. Thank you very much.
But if you're going to give in, at least go get those little things to make the shoes fit better.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
But he's busy. He's
Shoe
running
fillers.
Cuba. He's
Or
supposed
you
to
can
be the.
stuff some Fleischmann's margarine in the back of your
Or
shoe.
you just
He's going to
go
need it to
on
rub on his
the
heel afterwards.
website and get the shoes in your size.
It's just
Wouldn't
they're
that
just
have
a
made
bunch. And
sense?
again, I mean, no insult to the
To the
fetish
fetish community.
but they're a bunch
no,
of
we're
submissives.
pro-fetish community
Pro-fetish.
on
Whatever
this
you
show,
do is
no question
consenting.
about it.
No,
Remember
okay,
when
so
Marjorie went to the fetish fair?
I do indeed.
And her dentist was there? You want to
Yeah.
tell that story,
Listen,
Marjorie?
When I worked at Man Ray, when
He
they
was
had
in a
fetish,
little French maid's outfit.
Listen,
her
working-
dentist.
working
yes,
at-
he was.
working at
This
the
is not
Phoenix.
my current dentist, by the way.
Okay, it was the last dentist.
Working at the Phoenix
True, though.
with the adult section, and working at Man Ray when they had fetish night, I
Yeah.
used to crack up when people would say, "Who are all those weird people?" I'm like, "Well, it's your dentist, your lawyer, your doctor." Your
I know. You're right. I was shocked. The people that were there, they were like your next door neighbor.
They are your
Okay.
next
You
door.
Can we
just
do a
don't know
quiz?
what goes on next door, Sue.
We only have a couple of minutes left. We were going to talk about the gay Super Bowl, which is the Oscars, but we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is have a quiz.
Oh, no. I hate quizzes.
37 countries for Sue.
Oh.
37 countries voted on a resolution yesterday at the UN from the Women's Commission that focused on women's rights, spoke about violence against women. Here's the quiz. 37 countries, only one of the 37 countries voted against the resolution to protect women from violence and ensure that they had adequate rights. Which was the one country that voted no?
The United States
That
of
is
America.
correct.
Yes.
One country voted no out of 37.
And I don't know why. I mean, I know why. I don't know what lie they're giving though for not doing it. I mean, it's this lack of
Gender ideology, they said.
I know that's what, but I don't understand how Trump ran on this. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to root out all the pedophilia in the world. I'm going to do this. And then he turns around and he's not protecting anyone and he's not releasing the Epstein files, which we don't have time to talk about ever because now we're at a
That's
war.
the point, isn't it?
The fact that I am smart enough to know we should have secured the Strait of Hormuz, and I was posting about it on Sunday after the attack, and it's still not secure. Why am I smarter than Donald Trump?
I'm so glad you said that. Other than attacking the press, which Hegseth did today, relentlessly and in the crassest, lowest rent
It was
fashion.
scary, I
Some
thought.
reporter obviously snuck in who was not like from the Mr. Pillow
Yeah,
network
Wall Street
or
Journal
whatever it is.
reporter.
Well, he had on the
Asked
right
the
shoes.
question about, and I'm paraphrasing,
School.
why didn't you plan for the fact that they were going to try to shut down or at least plant mines in the Strait of Hormuz, essentially disrupting oil delivery in the whole world and raising gas prices. You know what his answer was? We, of course, planned for it.
Yeah.
Well, how did you plan for it if it's been shut down for 2 weeks?
Hold on. May I add something else?
You may.
I mean, it's clear now that by accident, obviously it wasn't intended. We did attack that girl's school. But even if you say it's under investigation,
not a word.
A normal person would
I
say,
agree.
that is a tragedy. Our hearts are sick about these little girls and their families. Not a word.
You know why they didn't say that? Because their hearts aren't sick about it.
You know what's even worse is that none of this is new, right? Ronald Reagan secured the Strait of Hormuz during the tanker war. All they have to do is look in a history book. They don't. I mean, every single administration who has been involved either directly or indirectly with a conflict in the Middle East has secured the strait. They didn't. Every single war, we do something terrible by mistake. It's a horrible thing. Just copy what the other people say, and they can't even do it. It's enraging to me that they're this incompetent.
I think there's a problem there with Mr. Hegseth, a big time kind of problem.
You think?
And yes, and I think it's very scary that, you wonder if he said to Kane, the Joint Chiefs head
General
that was
Kane.
next to him, General Kane, who was appropriately sober and detailing what was going on, if he told him you can't apologize for these children's lives.
Well, it's just taking the
Marjorie,
joy.
actually.
I mean, it's also this idea of taking joy in other human beings' deaths, which is also horrific. No one does that in a
well,
leadership.
he does.
I know
he talks about
does.
looking up at the sky, and all you're going to see is death and destruction raining down on
and
you.
if you know people who have Gold Star families or folks that have served and have come back damaged and hurt and for this country, and to make it seem like it's a video game and it's all fun and it's a ping pong game, it's just incredibly insulting to every American, and I don't know how this happened.
15 on a scale of 1 to 10, as Donald Trump had to say. Sue, it's wonderful
Good
to
to see you too.
As
Next time
always,
I'll
Sue
prepare.
You were
Great to
wonderful,
see you,
Sue,
Sue.
as
Good to see you,
always.
too.
We've been speaking with Sue O'Connell, co-publisher of the South End News and Bay Windows and news influencer at NBC 10 Boston. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to have live Music Friday. This is going to be great. Courtesy of Ojizo, the trio from Japan, playing traditional Irish music. St. Patrick's Day is next week, of course. And local couple, Matt and Shannon Heaton, they're all performing together at Club Passim tonight. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, semi-live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. The Boston Symphony Orchestra and Andres Nelson's bring their long partnership to a discordant finale. Timothy Chalamet gives new meaning to Phantom of the Opera, declaring it and its old world companion ballet dead. But a very alive arts world pushes back. And concert tickets could get a little cheaper as regulators try to rein in Live Nation's grip on live music. Tune in for that and more on our Arts and Culture Week in Review today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Brown University pre-college programs, where high school students prepare for college learning, experience college life, and make new friends from around the world in one of their 300 course offerings. precollege.brown.edu. And Cambridge Savings Bank, where they are committed to your financial well-being and community is at the core of everything they do. Cambridge Savings Bank. Always you. More at cambridgesavings.com. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. I am live at the library. Marjorie's in Brighton. We're streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Next Friday, the general manager of the T and Secretary of Transportation for the time being, here for an hour for Ask Phil Lang. The Attorney General will be with us at 11 o'clock for an hour of Ask the AG on Wednesday, March 25th. And Governor Healy will be with us for an hour at the library, 11 to 12 on March 27th. Time for another edition of BPR's Live Music Friday. We're joined here at the library by Irish music duo Matt and Shannon Heaton. We're thrilled to have you two here. And Ojizo, an Irish band from Japan. They flew in from Japan just 24 hours ago. It's their New England debut. They all perform tonight at the great Club Passim as part of a short New England tour where they'll also stop tomorrow at Peaks Island, Maine, and South Pomfret, Vermont on Sunday. You can find out more about them at Matt and Shannon Heaton, HEATON.com, or Ojizo, OJIZO.org. Matt, Shannon, Ojizo, welcome. And they're about to play Last Train to Lockeray, correct? Welcome to you all.
1, 2, 3,
2. Matt and Shannon Heaton and Ojizo. A bunch of them are going to join us here in a second. And again, they're at Club Passim tonight. Tomorrow night, they're in Peaks Island, Maine. Sunday in South Pomfret, Vermont. Find out more at mattandshannonheaton.com or at ojizo.org. It's OJIZO.org. That was fabulous, you three. Great to have you. Thanks so much for being here.
So before we get going here, Ojizo, tell us who are the introduce your band members.
Kozo, you want to introduce your band members?
I'm Kozo Toyota on the flute, and the other guys are Koji Nagao on the guitar, and Hirofumi Nakamura on the accordion.
You guys are great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So let me admit something. I can't be the only person who thought this, but I had no idea there was an Irish music scene in Japan. I mean, I thought it was just, in South Boston and Ireland, a couple of bars in Chicago.
Well, I'll say 16 years ago, I didn't know either. And I'm an American playing Irish music, and so you'd think I would be a little less curious about this.
How'd you guys connect? How'd you find each other?
Well,
Matt, you want to tell us? How'd you all find each other?
Well, about 16 years ago, some folks from Japan got in touch with us asking about recording a tune that Shannon had written, and this was just an email we got, and so it was very flattering. We said yes, and then they sent us the recording that they made, and we thought it was fantastic, and there was a little more remote collaboration, and then in 2019 they invited Shannon to come over and play a bunch of concerts with them. And then since then, we've both been over. We've played together. We've met up at festivals and things, and it's just become this kind of any chance we get to hang out with these guys, we take it.
Kozo, how big is Celtic Irish music? How big is it in Japan?
In 20 years.
20 years.
Getting one or more popular students.
And why did it become popular? How did it enter the scene in Japan?
One of it because I founded the festival for young students, and it's some kind of a music and a dance camp for 3 or 4 days. Yeah, in March, just probably next week. This year's one. And every year.
That's great.
And the amazing thing about Irish music, it's so social, and it's like a built-in thing to do together, which I think was so exciting for you. And so it's really because of these groups and these people who teach Irish music that then they've kind of brought along a new generation of players in Japan, and in fact in Tokyo. And in Kyoto and in Osaka, it's quite a big scene.
Wow,
very social.
Yeah.
Speaking of social, I learned that about this kind of music from a guy who I know you guys know. You moved here, the two of you, in 2001, correct?
Yes.
How many minutes after you moved here did you meet Brian O'Donovan, our late great colleague, Matt?
Well, I suppose it would have been like minus a year or two.
Oh, you knew him before?
Yeah, we knew. I mean, he was. If you played, if you were involved in this music, you knew Brian because of the radio show, and so we had been sending him our recordings and corresponding that way for years before we moved here, and then turns out he was the nicest guy in the world as well.
And no one understood sort of the bigger picture of the music than Brian. This music is really appealing. It's really fun to play together. I love playing with other people all over the world, but the music itself. It's really a social tradition. It's not just a style of music. And Brian really understood that when you kind of just give people the room, give people the space, we have this built-in thing to do together, but there's a lot more behind the tunes. There's a big story
nobody made it
behind.
clearer than he. And can I just say, tomorrow night there's a tribute to Brian at the BSO in conjunction. GBH and the Pops are doing this fabulous musical tribute to Brian. Unfortunately, it's sold out, but if you tune in Sunday night at 7 p.m. to WCRB on 99.5 or gbh.org or classical.org, you can hear the replay of tomorrow night's tribute to the great Brian O'Donovan.
Kozo, I wonder, I've not been to Japan, but I have been to Ireland, and when you go there, you go into these pubs, and people just kind of come in, and there's a group playing in the corner somewhere, and people add and subtract. Is it the same sort of thing in the Japanese music scene?
Yes, there are a lot of Irish pub in Tokyo and in Osaka. Yeah, a lot, and not all of them, but some of them are sessions.
Yeah, and they look very informal. It looks like people are just showing up and pulling instruments out of the cases. That's true, but a lot of work went behind the scenes to learn all those tunes. Once you know the language, once you know the tunes, you really can just sit down and play and not even have a common speaking language.
You always this. I've only known you for an hour. You're like a force of nature, Shannon. Are you always this? You two know her. Is she like this all the time, or she is? You are unbelievable. It's like on fire here.
And speaking of being on fire, Shannon, you do a podcast about Irish music stories. What's that? What's the deal?
I do indeed. Well, I guess, in the Brian O'Donovan model, it is really, I call it the show about traditional music and the bigger stories behind it. Actually, let me put on my radio voice. I'm Shannon Heaton. This is Irish Music Stories, the show about traditional music and the bigger stories behind it. Because there is really a bigger story, a bigger social hang, like this very sweet connection with people that goes way beyond just the music. That said, if you take the time to learn the music, you can connect with people all over the world. It's just amazing. And so exciting to host our friends here.
When did you rehearse? They've been here 24 hours. What did you rehearse on Zoom or something long?
We rehearsed yesterday morning.
We've been playing together for 16 years.
I know, but yeah, we have played together before, and so it certainly makes it easier. But yeah, we're looking forward to rehearsing more.
Well, we're looking forward to hearing you again. And before you play Lucy Farr's Cher Ami, that's the second thing?
The second thing is Cher
Ami. You're
Ami.
going to tell us a little bit about what you're going to play?
I will.
Please do.
I will. So I would love to tell you about it with Hirohumi when we go over there. I'll have him actually translate.
Are we going to be able to hear them from if Shannon talks from Mike over there? Or
I'll do it over there when I play.
No, I just want to make sure the mic will take a voice. Will it work? We don't know what the answer or the question is.
I can do it over there. I
don't know if we'll hear you, is what I'm saying. That's what. It's good we rehearse this in advance. We don't know what the answer.
We have vocal mics over there.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
okay.
you could gently want to put your headsets back on the counter there, kind of thing. And while you're doing that, and they're returning to their places, and they're going to explain this, find out anything about their 3 concerts: Club Passim tonight, Peaks Island, Maine tomorrow, South Pomfret, Vermont on Sunday, Matt and Shannon Heaton, HEATON.com, or Ojizo, that's OJIZO.org. Let's hope we hear you. Going to say something? Maybe not.
Oh, well. And I'm delighted to tell you about this last thing.
Perfect.
So you guys are also a force of nature.
We are.
And we're so grateful to be here.
Well, we're thrilled to have you. Thank you so much. Sort of had to say that after I said what I said, but that's okay. Go ahead, Shannon.
So I wrote this tune called Cher Ami, thinking of our dear friends. I was actually thinking of the carrier pigeon, the World War I carrier pigeon, traveling a great distance out of dedication. But, also really thinking of the sweetness of getting to collaborate with our friends through Irish music. If we didn't play Irish music, maybe we wouldn't have met them. I feel so lucky in that way. We've met so many people through playing traditional music. So I was thinking of that, how lovely it is, and also how sad it is that we live so far apart. Right now we're 13 hours apart with the time change, but usually it's 14 hours. It's hard to stay in touch, and we all have kids, and it's busy. So there's a sadness, too, for me when I think of playing music with you guys, because I miss you. So I wrote this tune for you called Cher Ami, and then Hirohumi, who plays the accordion, did this amazing thing. He wrote words over part of it that said just what I said, much better. And the words are...
Okay. In Japanese lyrics, the first phrase is 風を待つ丘へ君と共に歩く.
So, walking with you to the hill, waiting for the wind. So that's like a metaphor for us to be together.
And いつか夢に見た歌を君と歌う.
Singing with you, the song that we dreamed of playing together one day.
明日を待つ君へ今日の風よ届け.
May the wind of today reach you waiting tomorrow. It's very Irish sentiment. Like, may you feel the beauty of playing together with the wind.
And the same. いつか夢に見た歌を君と歌う.
Singing the song with you that we dreamed of.
It's fabulous.
We have been listening to Irish music duo Matt Shannon and Japanese Irish band Jizo. They all perform tonight at Club Passim as part of a short New England tour, when they'll also stop by Peaks Island, Maine, Saturday night, South Pomfret, Vermont on Sunday night. You can find more about them at mattandshannonheaton.com. That's Heaton, and ojizo.org. That's OJIZO. We say goodbye to the folks listening on NEPM, but the story show continues here in Boston. After this quick break, the head of the Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney, she zooms in. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM, partially at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
If you made a recent contribution to GBH, your donation could be doubled by your employer through our Matching Gifts program. Find out if your donation can be matched at gbh.org/matchinggifts.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Music Worcester, presenting acclaimed early music ensemble The Sebastians, playing Bach's iconic Brandenburg concertos March 20th, kicking off Bach's Birthday Bash, a 4-concert weekend at Mechanics Hall. More at musicworcester.org. And the Simmons Leadership Conference, a powerful day of inspiration, skill building, and connection. Tuesday, March 17th, in person in Boston and online. Learn more at inclusiveleadership.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome back to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. GBH broadcasting live on youtube.com/GBH News. A couple of quick programming notes. We'll be joined by the Attorney General Wednesday, March 25th, 11 o'clock at the library, and by the Governor of the Commonwealth, Maura Healey, Wednesday, Friday the 27th of March. They're both going to be at 11 o'clock and both at the library. Hello again, Jim.
And next Friday, Phil Lang runs the T, Secretary of Transportation for the time being. He'll take your questions, noon to 1, next Friday at the library. We're joined on Zoom. She is there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'm here.
We're joined,
Hi.
We're joined on Zoom by Dr. Megan Ranney. She's head of the Yale School of Public Health. Doctor, it's great to have you back. Welcome.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to join you all again.
So I'm so excited when I read some good news, and I read some good news in one of your stories saying that people don't really, not that many people believe RFK Jr., despite the fact that fewer pregnant women took Tylenol. So that's encouraging, that thinking he's maybe a little off his rocker. Not my words, not yours.
As my 14-year-old would say, this is a 6-7 kind of situation. Not kind of sure whether this is a good or bad piece of news. I'll tell you, the positive side is seeing that people trust their physicians. They trust the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, right? Real medical and public health experts. They trust the career scientists at the CDC and at the FDA and the NIH. The bad news is that trust overall in government health agencies continues to drop. It was at about 75% a year and a half ago. We're now down to about 60%. And we're seeing a lot of Americans don't know who to trust. And that's the part that really worries me here. I like that people trust the American Medical Association. I don't like that there is no single source that people can go to that's going to have real implications for the health of communities across the country.
One of the things we have in common, Doctor, is on the show we talk a lot about how to rebuild trust in important institutions, and you do too. The difference is you know what you're talking about, and we don't. Yeah, I listened to a great thing you did, I think in February at the Harvard School of Public Health, where the theme was rebuilding trust, and you talked about something I never heard about before, about this compassionate dialogue program at your joint, down there at Yale. What is it, and why is it relevant to the trust restoration effort?
Yeah, so we've started this program for all of our incoming master's students at the Yale School of Public Health. It's entitled Compassionate Dialogue, but I will tell you part 1 is learning how to listen. So we have a moderated session where all of our incoming students learn how to listen to each other, because without listening, you can't possibly engage in respectful dialogue and you can't possibly then begin to re-engage folks in trustworthy ways. We're really excited about the data that we have out of this program already, showing a huge increase in our students' skill sets. These are, of course, the students who are going to be the workforce of the future. We have a lot of work ahead in terms of regaining Americans' trust. And it is not entirely the fault of the folks who are on the front lines over the past 5 years. It's also the folks who are on the front lines now. And unfortunately, doctors and public health professionals are the ones bearing the brunt of it. And we're the ones who are going to have to do the work to get trust back.
And Doctor,
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. Just going to say, when you say listening, doctor, I assume part of that is that that a patient may have some kind of strange idea or something that the physician may know or the nurse may know is not, but to listen to their perspective and how they got there. Is that what that means?
Yeah, so it's listening to how people describe what's going on and what their concerns are. Listening without judgment, listening without bias, listening in a way that lets you really hear what their questions are and how to address them. So I'm going to give you an example, right? I had a discussion with a friend the other night who was having second thoughts about whether or not to get a child vaccinated against hepatitis B at the time of birth. I needed to hear what her concerns were that were making her question whether or not to get this very safe, very effective vaccine in order for me to be able to answer those questions and ultimately move her towards a decision that was at the best interest of her and her family. 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been a discussion because there was no question. But now there have been enough doubts seated in her mind. I needed to hear those in order to help create change.
Can we, the issue for me about, I think it's great that professionals who you're training are getting this kind of schooling before they re-enter the real world. We talk often to ordinary people who aren't professionals in that regard and don't have that training, and almost uniformly they describe a total inability to have meaningful communication. This is on both sides, with people who have a different worldview. Is there a trickle-down aspect? Is there something you're teaching that's applicable to we mere mortals, Doctor? No, I mean it, really.
I sure would hope so. I mean, that's my whole mission in life, is to create agency and education that all of us can use to improve the health of our own families, but also our communities. And I know that's my students' mission as well. We're already thinking about and starting to pilot the Compassionate Dialogue program elsewhere. So stay tuned. Maybe Jim and Marjorie, you can help me work on how to expand that. But I think it is a core skill that a lot of us lost over the last 5 years. At the same time, most Americans just want to go about their daily work, right? They want to do their jobs, feed their families, make sure that their kids are growing up healthy. And so this is about trying to start to put that ability to actually talk to your neighbors back in place.
You know, just one of the things real quickly, I remember this when my kids were little, and my daughter went through this with my grandchildren. When you go in to get the vaccines, you read the slip, and it explains to you that there may be, you correct me, doctor, I don't know if it's 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 5. There's a very tiny chance that your kid will have a bad reaction. They may have a small fever or something like that. But I think a lot of people don't know that when they go in and they see that and they freak out. They're in there by themselves with the baby thinking, well, suppose my kid is the one, you know, and you don't, I didn't get the sense I ever got much counseling, or that you get much counseling even now about that.
Oh, well, that's a whole discussion about the way that the system is set up. You know, we always do informed consent before giving any medication or vaccine. And the question is that discussion of risks versus benefits. There are some things like small fevers that are relatively common. There are other much more severe side effects that are incredibly uncommon and rare. Parents do deserve to understand what those chances are, but they also have to understand the risks of not taking a vaccine or a medication. And we haven't traditionally trained physicians or public health professionals in every aspect of that conversation, but we also don't provide time or compensation to have those conversations. So there's a bigger systemic issue here where we didn't used to have that because people accepted this was part of supporting the health of a community. Now we have to go back and again, do that work to recreate the trust. It's unfortunate that it is where we are, but so be it. The world hands you something, and you've got to respond to help support the health of patients and communities.
We're speaking to Dr. Megan Ranney, who is the Dean of the Yale School of Public Health. And one last thing about rebuilding trust. I think I heard you say this in the thing you did at the Harvard School of Public Health, but if not, it's something you wrote somewhere. I mean, public education is a huge part. I don't mean in a K through 12 necessarily, is a huge part of this, because in my experience, our experience is when we talk about the good the government does, people think all those things just happen. That, a cop shows up to protect you, a fire truck puts out the fire, firefighters put out a fire to a house, all that kind of thing. It just happens. They don't connect it to the government they love to hate. Educating about public health stuff, it seems to me, is one of the reasons why that poll that Marjorie referenced at the top of the discussion was so good on scientists versus political leaders in the field. Is that like an active thing that you and your colleagues are engaged in, I hope?
It is, absolutely. And I'll add another part, which wasn't in that poll that was done by Penn and Annenberg. Terrific poll, worth looking at. But there have been other polls done that show that the majority of people in the United States now get at least some health information from online media, from influencers. Mm-hmm. That percentage is only growing, particularly in younger age groups. And so we're actually doing a lot of work at Yale to think about how to train our students, not just in listening, but also communicating. We have a new course that's run by one of the authors of one of the leading health Substacks, as well as by someone who used to work in network news, to teach our students how to tell a story, how to engage online. We've been doing work with Dr. Mike, who of course is YouTube's most followed doctor, to think about how to communicate. He's done a lovely job of combating a lot of these pervasive myths. We have an obligation to be out there, both listening and then sharing information in a way that's understandable and actionable. It's part of working in the health field, just as it's part of working in journalism. And it's part of the change of the ecosystem that we're living in that I know that WGBH is making its way through as well.
I think last time you were here, the last question I asked you, which I'm not going to ask you today, but I have the same feeling I had last time. Are you really as positive as you appear to be? I'm not going to ask you again, but you sure as hell, as compared to us, are. We're talking to Dr. Megan Ranney.
Doctor, before you came on, we were talking to our listeners about dealing with those who feel traumatized by the Trump administration, whether they're people of color or people who are worried about their health care, the cuts to Obamacare, the cuts to Medicaid, et cetera, losing their jobs, et cetera. How does that factor in to public health? I mean, there's people that are probably very happy, but a lot of people are very nervous and sometimes even depressed.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of my role as dean is keeping both my community within Yale, but also the larger public health community focused on the future. One of my mentors will frequently say that the goal is to look at what have I done today that helps move the world towards being a healthier and better place. Oh. You have only your own sphere of influence, right? You cannot control everything that is happening across the globe. We can't control everything that's happening in the federal government right now. The news is full of depressing things, but we each can do something each day in a space that we have influence on to help change the outcome. And I will tell you, history shows us over and over again that the only way that change is created is through the combined actions of regular people. And so what you do or what I do or what a student of mine at Yale School of Public Health does, each of those things adds up and can make a difference, even in the face of this very disturbing time that we're living through.
But staying on that just for a second, Doctor, you are one of the people most, I assume listeners know, but if they don't, in my opinion, one of the people most responsible for making clear that gun violence in this country is a public health issue, which I think is a very helpful way to go at it. Is Trump trauma, for lack of a better word, a public health issue? Does that fall within that ambit?
That's an interesting question, and I don't know anyone who has studied that. I know that folks on the right will talk about Trump derangement syndrome, and maybe that's another version of Trump trauma. I think the world causes trauma, and if I actually go to Boston, we have studies showing that media coverage of the Boston bombing, right, the Boston Marathon bombing, people exposed to lots of media coverage of that horror after the Boston Marathon bombing were more likely to develop post-traumatic stress symptoms. We know that people that live in communities where there are shootings do also develop anxiety and depression. It is normal to be influenced by the circumstances of the world and to have that affect your psyche. But, and here's the positive side, we also know how to improve resilience and reduce that risk. And a huge part of resilience is having agency. It is about having actions that you can take that help to, again, create that world that you believe in, whether it's by mentoring a kid or delivering cards to people in a nursing home or planting a garden. Those are all things that can help give you a sense of creating a positive change.
I should say, before we leave that subject, you wrote a terrific piece that people should read in The Atlantic based on your historical Brown experience and then obviously being involved after those horrible shootings a few months ago. People should, again, check it out in the Atlantic.
We're talking to Dr. Megan Ranney. She is head of the Yale School of Public Health. You've also looked into, we spoke about vaccines a couple of minutes ago, the costs of vaccine. Where are we with the measles outbreak and people getting that vaccine?
My goodness. Well, I'm sure that many of your listeners are aware that we've put off the official assessment as to whether we've lost our measles elimination as a status, but we've been in more than a year of continuous outbreaks by now. And so, yes, we have essentially, even if it's not been designated by the WHO yet, we have essentially lost that status. We've had over 1,000 cases already in the United States this year. And a team of folks at my school, at Yale School of Public Health, showed that for every 1% drop in measles vaccination rates, it costs us about $1.5 billion a year.
Wow.
That's the cost of hospitalization and medical care, lost work, the work that has to be done on the part of public health professionals to trace the measles outbreak, to make sure that people have adequate information. It's just this kind of cascading series of costs that we, the citizens, ultimately have to bear.
Do the Kennedy et al., I'm assuming we know this from speaking to Dr. Ashish Jha, who obviously is a colleague of yours too, and has been on the show a number of times. Do any of the Kennedy people, any of the snake oil salesmen in his hierarchy, ever consult with people like you and other heads of schools of public health, or is that just a bygone kind of thing?
I mean, there's always consultation between folks in HHS and schools of public health. We're also standing up our own advisory bodies. Two of my faculty at Yale sit on the Vaccine Integrity Project, which is assessing safety and efficacy of vaccines and helping to provide recommendations to counties and states across the country. So we're figuring out lots of new ways to work in this new world in which we're living.
What do you recommend to people when people say, when an overwhelmed young parent in particular says, I really need information on which I can rely about a whole host of things, not just vaccines, but all the crap that Kennedy et al. Talk about. Where do you direct them, doctor?
So I direct them first to their pediatrician or family physician, whoever it is who is their primary care provider. But I say that with caution. Because listen, our primary care workforce is totally overwhelmed and underpaid, and it is often difficult to get an appointment.
Yeah.
Those folks are underprepared and don't have enough time. But that's always my number one. Number two is sign up for a great Substack called Your Local Epidemiologist. The lead author of that, the founder, Caitlin Jetelina, is adjunct faculty with us at Yale School of Public Health. And she provides terrific, trustworthy information. Follow our YSPH socials. We try to do our best to share trustworthy information as well.
Can I make one last attempt to depress you before you leave us?
Go for it.
That's my mission every time you're on. We talked at the top of the show about how individuals, people listening to the show, if they have a plan to survive the worst of the next 30 months or whatever it is, I'm sure you look at this. How worried are you about the state of the public health infrastructure almost 3 years from now when this term is over, Doctor?
One of the things that worries me the most is whether we're going to have the workforce that we need to rebuild. It is why I became a dean instead of doing something else, is because I believe so strongly in the importance of us having well-trained scientists and strategists who can help our communities build health. I worry a lot about what that is going to look like with the cuts in scientific funding, the cuts in CDC funding, which of course then trickle down to states and cities. That is something that really obsesses me right now. And
is
that
the pipeline disappearing?
Not yet, but if things, if there are no jobs, then people go and work elsewhere. So stay tuned. I'm doing my best.
No, you are indeed, and we're thrilled to have you yet again.
Yeah, thank you very, very much.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. It's a joy to join you both.
It's a joy to have you. We've been listening to Dr. Megan Ranney, head of the Yale School of Public Health, and we thank her very, very much for her time. Coming up after this quick break, the owners of La Saison Bakery in Cambridge join us ahead of Nowruz, the Persian New Year. They're Iranian Americans, and they have families in Iran as this war rages on. We'll talk to them about the impacts of that war on their families at home. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, young people be yapping in slang so cooked that the boomers and ancient NPCs literally cannot parse the patch notes. The vocab is straight to Lulu, and there is zero lore to help them guess what we're cooking. And how's it the group chat password that low-key bonds the whole squad into the same timeline? Gen Z slang, I think. That's on the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Lowell Institute, Rogers Brubaker, Politics and Governance in the Digital Era, Between Populism and Technocracy, presented by Boston College, Wednesday, March 18th at 7. Registration info at lowellinstitute.org. And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan's in Brighton. I'm at the library. We're live and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Joined now at the BPL desk by the owners of La Saison Bakery in Cambridge and Charlestown, where, by the way, I got one of the best sourdough and olive loaves last weekend I've ever had in my life. Sohair Fateh and Sarah Moripour, they're Iranian American, came here in 2017. They still have family in Iran. They joined us a week before Persian New Year, Nowruz. Sohair and Sarah, it's great to see you again. Welcome back. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Sohair, tell us about your family. What's their situation?
So the situation is not good, to be honest. There's a lot of stress right now. I'm trying to talk with them every single day. So they calling us. We cannot call them, but it's not the great situation right now.
Is it your mother, your parents? Who's there? Your parents?
Yes,
yeah.
I have. Yeah.
Okay.
I have my parents are there, my aunts, and my grandmother. I have a lot of family members and friends.
Are they scared about what might happen to them? I know during the bombing last year, didn't your father have a problem with one of his cafes or bakeries or something?
That was the last time we were here.
Last time, right?
Every time we are here, something bad happens.
So they're living. Do they live in fear about what might happen?
Yes. So my dad usually is really laid back and just like a couple of the first days, and it's like, no, I'm not going to leave the house. It's okay. It's going to be done like 3 days or whatever. And I think it was 4th day or 5th day, and they were like, no, this is crazy. So they just go to my aunt's house.
And you have extended family, Sarah, there, correct?
Yes.
How are they doing? Do you know?
Well, they're doing fine. They all are in north of Iran, which is safer. But this uncertainty and terrible.
What's it do to you when you, is there a sense of helplessness in terms of what you can't do for people you love? Or
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's like living in two separate worlds every day. like waking up to the news and then the helplessness, not being able to do anything at the same time, knowing what people are going through. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Sohair is getting his mic switched, Marjorie, so stay with Sarah for another second.
Okay. And how hard is it? Sohair just mentioned they couldn't call. You can't call there, but they can call you. So is that what it's like, waiting to get some word because their cell phones and their electricity is gone? What's the deal?
So they shut down the internet. They shut down the internet, and one thing was, so for the first week we thought, okay, it's not going to be near the houses, it's not going to be near the residentials and everything, but everything changed. So right now I'm really worried, like every single day. Before it was like, it was okay if you can call, but right now I have friends and families like, please call us like every single day.
Were you a kid during the Iraq-Iran war?
Yes, I born there, yeah.
So what is that experience? How does that instruct what you in terms of how you perceive what your family and friends are going through today?
One thing, it's become like something a little bit like they are relaxed. I mean, relatively what is happening right now, so they're
because they're used to it.
Yeah. Every year something happens, you know. So it was like this time, it's another war. So if you talk to my mom and dad, they said, no, it's gonna pass. It's okay, you know. So it's not like it's a lot of trauma, but it's just like it's another war, you know. But we both.
It's another war.
Yeah, it's another war.
Sarah, this is what seems so hard to reconcile to me. You left Iran 2017. I think it was your father that said, go stay in the United States, it's safer. And now your adopted home is bombing the home you came from. I mean, that's a tough one.
That's tough. I mean, that's the very different experience since we migrated here. It's been right now, like there's sometimes that I feel like I'm an alien. Like it's total different reality that we are living in. When you're an immigrant, I thought it's already happening, but this is like another level. This is like very painful, overwhelming. Every day is terrible. Like I cannot even put into words. It's very complicated, and it's the uncertainty. I think it's also it's the same here, which makes sense because war brings emotional, it kind of travels everywhere. So I think that's the thing that we both could relate with the community, that this uncertainty and fear. Also, it's another level right now in Iran, but it's the same. It's not what's connect us, and that's very. For us, that was very helpful. But other than that, it's.
You know what has to make you feel better? Neither of you were at least in the front of the place in Cambridge when I came in last weekend, and I asked the customers who were there about you and the place, and while all of them were there because they love what you make, which is delicious, they were also there to show support. Almost everyone said they came to show support, which I thought was really beautiful and spontaneous and great. By the way, we should say there's a wonderful piece in the Washington Post about you all and how you're coping with this and your family back home. People should read it. But what's really interesting, Sohair, is you are quoted there saying that for there to be what Iran needs to be, someone has to come from outside. Well, we came from outside. One of your employees, interestingly, said, no, it's got to come generically from organically from inside. I know you feel that way, but after 2 weeks of this, how do you feel about what we did? Because theoretically, and I say theoretically, the intention of our government was to do what you wanted them to do. I'm not sure they're telling the truth, but that's their goal. How do you feel now?
So it's a little bit have more depth to it. I think it's not like so. If you putting on the paper, there's two kind of like thoughts. So some people say there should be something happening from inside, and there is a lot of people say no, we're done with this. Someone has to come, right? And if you just talking with these two kind of people, both of them are right, So for me personally, I thought one thing it could be work for us is someone helping us so we can just get into that democracy.
Do you think we're helping?
Right now, no.
No.
I mean, right now, because the problem is we don't know what is happening. We don't know what is happening. So that's part of it. You know.
Sarah, do you share the same perspective?
Yeah, I mean, right now the all infrastructure, everything it's being ruined. This is
the country is gone. You know, but and we don't know. Like
I understand.
You know,
I know it's horrible.
Last week we had on the news, and they say, "Oh, we almost done with the war." So, no. Like, what do you mean? Like, be bombing and just be done with the war? So, what is the output for it? You know, there is like billions of dollars going.
No, we understand.
You know,
Sarah, one last thing for me. You got a daughter who I think is in 3rd grade.
Yes.
You got a fine line here between what you tell her and how are you handling that as a mom?
Well, she has lots of questions. The first day, I woke up with a customer text just saying if our family is okay. So that's how we kind of learned about this news. I remember I went downstairs, Sohei was sitting, and Hava was like, "Mom, it's not good. It's not like She was already seeing all of these pictures of
girls' school. Does she know about the girls' school being hit?
No,
she does not.
No, she does not. But same age. She's 9 years old. I was 9 years old back when the Iraq-Iran war was happening. Yeah, I mean, she cannot relate to that, but it's something that she always asks when coming, okay, what's new? What's news? Is it still happening?
And one thing I have to tell you, I told her about, like,
I
was not into the depth.
You forgot to tell Sarah that you told her?
No, I was on the news, so the picture of the school and one of the girls is dead, so she was on the side of me. So, right? And she was asking me, what happened? Say, this is what happened. Say, they didn't do anything. They were in the school. So yes, they were in the school, and that was really heartbreaking. And just like, what do you think? It was like I couldn't continue talking.
No,
you know, I
understand.
just like I break into tears and just like go to the toilet. You know.
Before you go, can we talk about something I hope is going to be more upbeat? I don't know. Is Persian New Year is right around the corner? How's it celebrated? How are you going to celebrate it? How's it celebrated?
Well, you know, as an immigrant, it's something that really needs to be kind of remembered and celebrated, but definitely this year is going to be much heavy. You know, it has a weight, but we're going to celebrate quietly and remember what Iran is going to be through.
Well, we hope it's a happier New Year. By the way, you brought 2 beautiful knit caps for me and Marjorie. One says "Love melts ice." The other one says "Like butter on warm bread." I love that, and some beautiful pastries. We'll be thinking of both of you as all of your customers and friends are, and good luck to your families. And
Thank you
come
so
see
much.
us again soon.
Thank you so much.
Plus, it's a fabulous bakery. I know that's not the topic today. It is spectacular. Check it out. See you both.
Thank you very, very much for coming in.
Thank you.
We have been speaking with the owners of La Saison Bakery, Soher Fati and Sarah Morpour. They have 2 locations. One is in Cambridge and one is in Charlestown, and their baked goods are fantastic.
They are fantastic.
Okay, coming up after this quick break, how do you deal with the hasslers in your life? What do you do when you're surrounded by pain-in-the-neck people? Did you know these pain-in-the-neck people?
I don't know any.
I'm sure you don't. They can be shortening your life, Jim. They can be shortening your life when you're hanging around with them too much. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. Listen to BPR 89.7 GBH, partially at the BPL, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, new services for immigrants through a public-private partnership. Lawmakers and laid-off residents wrestle with the state's unemployment system. And what makes a gateway city? It's our local news roundtable. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, Sunday night at 6 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Mass General Brigham. In heart surgery, expertise matters. Mass General Brigham Heart and Vascular Institute performs thousands of surgeries each year and is committed to research and innovation. MassGeneralBrigham.org/heart. And the Bach Center's Folk Americana Roots Hall of Fame, presenting Music America, tracing 250 years of music history through artifacts and rare items. Learn more at folkamericanarootshallofFame.org.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH. Marjorie's in Brighton. Jim, I am Jim, aren't I? I am at the library. We'll both be reunited on Monday. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Stress is a killer. Everybody knows that. Scientifically and medically proven. So how do you manage your stress when some of the closest people in your life are the cause? They are called by the expert hasslers. We're talking about coworkers, radio co-hosts, spouses, and as Marjorie said in our morning meeting, what do you do when you're really messed up and one of your hasslers is your own kid? Researchers have found, this is not amazing, but frightening. Researchers have found that the more annoying people you regularly interact with, the faster you are going to age. They've actually quantified it. Each annoying person is associated with an increase in aging equivalent to 1 biological year per calendar year. That's actually more than, well, it's a lot. Which means Marjorie is taking steps to stay young today by working as far away from me as she possibly can.
That's right.
And Brighton, how are you staying young and healthy when the world is full of hasslers? Everyone's sucking up all your energy at every hour of the day and night via text, phone calls, needy needs, whatever they are. 877-301 8970. Again, let me repeat. There is scientific research, that's why we're doing this, that says you will age more rapidly if you are subject to a constant stream of what they call hasslers.
And women typically have more hasslers than men, which sort of makes sense because women view relationships differently. Women, as the study says, tend to be disproportionately affected both positively and negatively by things that are happening in relationships. You know what the worst is? What they said in the story, when they talk about when the hasslers are embedded in your family, like you can't get away from them. They're embedded. That's really bad. But they do say, too, that you think it would be your partner or your spouse, but actually they say your parents and your kids are more likely to be hasslers than your partner or your spouse. Maybe because you choose your partner or your spouse and you can't choose your parents or your kids.
So let me say, too, though, in the stories we read about this, and we don't have a hell of a lot of time, our number is 877-301-8970. So if you have some questions or experience with this, please give us a call soon. There are a couple things you can do. One, try to avoid the hasslers as much as you can. Obviously, that's hard if you're really close to them or work with them or that sort of thing. By the way, it is totally true. We won't go into all the details. I am 100 times better. Maybe it's a gender thing at avoiding hasslers than you are. I think that's fair to say. No, it's true. Or secondly, try to offset them. This is back to Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, who told us when his book came out, what was it called? Eat Your Ice Cream, whatever the hell it was called a few weeks ago. You will live longer and better, particularly better, if you have a positive social environment with friends and that sort of thing. So try to offset the negative impact on aging of hasslers by surrounding yourself with the anti-hasslers, I guess you could call them. What's your solution if you have one at 877-301-8970?
Here's a good one from Sean in the car. There is a benefit of hasslers. Without them, we wouldn't have the weekly segment, Who is the A-hole?
That's a very good point. They are hasslers.
That's a very good point. 877-301-8970 is the number. Who's hassling you in your life? Is it your coworker? Is it your neighbors? Your neighbors, when you have to share a space, especially if you're living in a condo or an apartment building, your neighbors can be a huge... What?
Who has to do that?
Lots of people live in condos and apartments. Well, I live in a 2-family, but the people downstairs are lovely people.
Okay.
So they're lovely people. They're very nice people. Maybe they don't think I'm so great. But sometimes, you have something like you have somebody's making a lot of noise in the house, like when you're throwing the tennis ball for the dog and the dog's making a lot of noise. I'm sure they don't like that kind of thing. Mother-in-laws, that's always a tense one, for the mother-in-law and for the mothered-in-law. 877-301-8970. Connie and Beverly, what do you think?
Hi, Connie.
Hi, a long-time listener.
Thank you.
This is related. So my father, who was born in 1916, always said, half of the people were put on this earth to harass the other half. So when I encounter one of those people, I call him every day.
That's great.
I run into friends who are having a problem with somebody or whatever, and I quote them all the time, and I think of that when I encounter one of those harassers. I think, okay, they're in this category. I'm just going to kind of put them over here. And
how do you deal with them? By the way, I'm going to start quoting your father too. I love that quote. How do you deal with them so you're not overwhelmed and age rapidly? How do you do it?
I just kind of try to ignore them. I just try to think, okay, so there are people who, like, I had an encounter at work once where I was late or forgot a dentist appointment, and I was a librarian, and I arrived late, and I said to the kindergarten aide, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And she said, "Oh, no, it was no problem. We came in, we read a story, we got books." I later saw the teacher, and she said, I said the same thing, and she said, "Oh, it was really inconvenient." And so I thought, okay, there it is. There's a difference. So you just have to ignore the people that are negative, and, as best you can. Sometimes you can't, but...
Connie, that was great.
That was a good one.
And your father sounds like he was great, too. The problem, Marjorie, it seems to me, when Connie and all the experts say avoid the hasslers as best you can, it seems to me that what makes them hasslers is more often than not, they're unavoidable. If they're avoidable...
Well, that's the embedded in the family problem.
Well, it's not just the family.
If it's somebody
if it's a coworker,
you don't have to see all the time, or it's a boss you can't stand. And anybody who's waited tables, you waited tables, I waited tables for a long time. There are some people that come out, and they come out to hassle the waitress. I remember seeing them many, many times when I was working as a waitress for many years.
So let me read this anonymous texter.
Yeah.
The texter writes, "Jim, you are my hassler." And Jamie annotated that and said, that text is probably from Zoe.
Yeah, it's probably from Zoe.
Go.
Listen to this one underneath it. The negative effects of hassles can be mitigated by eating hot dogs. So says Paul from Marshfield.
30 minutes off your life for every hot dog according to the University of Michigan. By the way, can I speak to the non-scientific side of this, which is why I totally believe the research we read this morning about the impact it speeds up aging. When you are hassled and can't escape, I don't mean you, when you or I or anybody, but you, when you're hassled and can't escape, when it finally ends, don't you feel depleted?
Yes.
Like in a way that is almost indescribable. It lingers.
But when you know it's over for good, you feel free. Yes. You feel like like the big weight has been lifted off your shoulders. Listen to this from Carol on the Cape. I'm going to be honest. I was the hassler for some years because I was attention-seeking and in need of drama, or how satisfying it was to get a rise out of someone. Then I got therapy, and I'm not that way anymore, but I was. Wow. That's very what do you call that? Self-reflective, I guess that's the word. Josh in Bridgewater, thank you for calling.
Hey, Jim and Marjorie.
Hi.
Hey there.
Hello.
Oh, it's Josh. Hey, Josh, how are you?
Yes, it is me.
It is you. Hello. It is I. Yes, go ahead.
It is I.
Yes.
Connie's call was fantastic, and so was that texter's call. I totally hear, the reality is we can't avoid these people all the time.
Right.
But we don't have to let them live rent-free in our heads, right? And that's
good one.
Completely easier said than done. But my whole thing lately, the past couple of years, has been radical acceptance, and I'm not responsible for how somebody else feels. I don't have to make them happy. You know what I mean?
It's pretty grown up, Josh. I'm serious.
Well, in so many aspects of my life, I'm not grown up, so I have to try at least a little bit.
Josh, let me get your advice.
Can
I get your advice since you seem to figure this out? Let me give you, it's not a hypothetical. Marjorie and I went to Ryan Landry's Christmas show, and there was this listener of the show that would not let us alone. He was all over us. He would never, ever give us a minute's break. What would you have done to that person had you been there, Josh?
Talking about?
Well, it depends, because I'm just picturing a very handsome individual that you were interacting with. So
it was Josh, by the way.
This Josh.
We love Josh. He was sitting near us, and I'm kidding because we love the guy. Josh, it's great to hear from you as always. Jan and Canton text.
Yeah, you see
think
that
how
one?
young Marjorie would feel if she didn't sit next to a hassler every day on the radio. We don't sit next to each other. We sit across from each other. But I get your point. Thank you very much.
We're very distant in the studio.
We're not very distant, but I know what you mean. Thank you. 877-301-8970. By the way, you know what is great about this study? That they coined a name. it makes the study much more integratable. The hassler is the person.
This is an interesting one from Annie in Saugus. She says, I encounter this every time I drive. I really try not to get upset, angry, but road rage is real. I try my best to relax and not get annoyed. And, you know, when you do Waze on the highway especially, and you're stuck in a traffic jam, the fact that Waze now tells you how long you're going to be stuck in the traffic jam really changes my level.
Better or worse?
Makes it better. Makes it better.
Because you know what the end point is?
Yes. Because if you don't, if you're just sitting there and you're backed up on the highway, you don't know, is it going to be 5 minutes? Is it going to be 20 minutes? How long am I sitting there? And it's like with the trains coming. Now they tell you when the train is coming on the T.
Yeah.
That makes a huge difference,
too. That is a very good point.
Yeah, you know, it's coming in a minute or 5 minutes, or maybe it's not coming for 20 minutes. At least you know it's not coming. I like to know.
Why do you think by the way, I want to compliment you are better at dealing with hasslers in your life, both personally and whatever, than you used to be. Have you thought, is this like a conscious growth?
No, I told you my hassle story from yesterday. I'm not going to repeat it on the air.
Oh, no, you can't repeat
it. But it was bad. It was bad.
That was bad.
I felt like I was, escaping from a pack of lions or something.
Yeah. You know, the cardinal rule of doing talk radio is you're not to say I have a great story that I can't tell you. I mean, I know it, but unfortunately, the listeners do not. Trust me, it's a really good story.
Jerry from Foxborough, thank you.
Unfortunately, you're never going to know it. Hi, Jerry.
Thank you for calling,
Hello.
Jerry. I shouldn't have said it. Too late.
This is Jerry from Foxborough. How you doing?
Hi, Jerry. Good.
Excellent, Jerry. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Well, this is not so much addressed to Marjorie, because I think she's in pretty good shape, just off the top of my head. I'm a psychotherapist who got further training and became what's called a modern psychoanalyst.
Oh.
Okay.
So I work with all kinds of people, and I've been doing it for about 40 years.
Okay.
And one of the things that therapists are susceptible to is forgetting about not only their own mental health, but about their bodies.
Oh.
So I asked some friends of mine who were pretty sophisticated in Eastern arts, meaning Chinese energy arts. Mm-hmm. And I picked the easiest one, and they said, okay, that's smart. Pick the easiest one and start with there, see how you do. So I learned a form of Qigong, which is very easy to learn, and I teach it to all my therapy patients, whether they're in long-term psychoanalysis or whether they're in short-term treatment or whether they're under the umbrella of some agency. So I teach them Dragon and Tiger medical Qigong.
What is it?
It's really cool. It's a standing exercise, and I do it every morning, and sometimes in the afternoon, if the day is stressful, I will do another set in the evening.
Is this where you move really, really slowly?
That's Tai Chi.
Yeah, I was wondering, it was like Tai Chi.
But go ahead, keep going.
Tai Chi is slow, but some people do it fast.
Yeah.
But if you do Dragon and Tiger, if you're going to learn these arts, you start with Dragon and Tiger if you're smart.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty easy to learn. And the first thing you learn is just 2 of the 7 movements. That's all. And so once you start learning that, you're kind of on the road, and your body will tell you very often, this is what's been told to me, that your body wants to learn more because it makes you feel good. It helps reduce stress.
Jim, you writing that down, Dragon and Tiger?
I am. Well, hey, Jerry, don't go away yet. Marjorie's a big yoga person. Is yoga a variation on a theme?
Yoga is cool. Well, here's the difference. Yoga was not invented for super, super duper health. Will it help with your health? Yes. The mother of my children is a big yoga fan, and she goes way out to Western Mass and different places and studies yoga. And it seems to have helped her quite a bit. Given her family history, that's no small benefit. So, but Dragon and Tiger Qigong.
I wrote it down. I'm checking it out tonight, Jerry. Thank you for your call. Your patients sound like they're lucky to have you. Jerry, thank you for the call.
Now,
we appreciate it.
Scott in Boston is a self-aware husband. He says, I've been married for 40 years, and I'm shocked, given this conversation, that my wife doesn't look like she's 100.
But I'm bummed. Thank you very much.
So I guess Scott is a self-admitted hassler.
I don't think it's that long. I don't mean for professionals like Jerry you just called. The whole notion that stress, and this is a variation on that, obviously the hassler thing is a stress-related thing. How long has it been since it was common knowledge how deadly stress is to people? I mean, that's a fairly recent phenomenon, isn't it? Or is it?
I don't know how recent it was. Fine. Here's a good one.
Go ahead.
Lately, I found myself doing that Annie Hall thing. La-di-da, la-di-da. Remember, she did that all the time.
We don't talk about Woody Allen anymore.
We don't?
Okay.
We don't? Okay.
We
can talk about Diane Keaton. She's no longer with us. She was a great actress.
Well, the old Woody Allen is no longer with us either, if you know what I mean. Mary in Providence, welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good.
Okay, so my mother, who was kind of a witchy type and very, very funny, she had a boss in travel agent who was just absolutely the worst. Everyone hated her. The woman refused people whenever they'd ask for vacation days, all kinds of stuff. So my mother goes in early one day and has a tete-a-tete with her and says, you know, Diane, I think you are the kindest person I have ever met.
Wow.
No one understands you. You care more about this team than anyone I ever have met. The woman bursts into tears and she says, oh my God, you're the only person who's ever said that to me. And then she says, and I know you just really want to give these people their vacation days, and you've just been just hung up on other things, but I know you're going to do that right away today. This woman went out, gave them all extra days, was just incredibly nice to them for, well, at least a week. But anyway, they were astonished, and my mother did all that.
That's a great, that's great strategic action. Thank you, Mary, for sharing that. We really appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Okay, a lot of people are talking about being not hassled. They've gotten over it, working it through over the years, Jim. Yeah, maybe it's that radical acceptance one of the callers talked about before.
Maybe it is. We're done. You know, I want to stand 15 seconds early because I want to remind people. Marjorie and I are going tomorrow night to this wonderful musical tribute to the late great Brian O'Donovan.
Yes, we are.
In a collaboration, GBH and the Pops at BSO. But Sunday night at 7 on CRB, it's going to be rebroadcast, and we really suggest you check it out. What's the
99.5?
99.5,
yeah.
And no greater soul than
he was a wonderful man. Yeah, and as everybody says, the soul of Irish music around here.
Oh, it's on our station? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it's on our station.
89.7 too at 7 o'clock. Oh, great.
Whoops.
Great. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, Marjorie.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening to another. Oh, there I am. Ms. Potato Head. Kind of looks like me, I think.
Actually, you look lovely.
Yeah, I do. I look good.
Those were the little gifts that were brought to you by the wonderful people from La Saison, which I'll be eating because you're not here.
Thank you.
Thank you. You would have loved them. Trust me. They're really good.
Okay. You can keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast. Check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. On Monday, we're speaking with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner, Boston Globe travel writer Chris Muther, author Janet Page on her memoir, Year of the Water
Horse.
I read
half of it. It's
great. She's a great writer. GBH's Jared Bowen will be with us too. We want to thank our fantastic crew: Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer John the Claw Parker, our executive producer is Janet Bologna. Thanks to our BPL staff: Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Bill Francis, Eddie Hickey, Juan Jose Cadena, our host of the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Stay tuned to the Curiosity Desk starting immediately after us on 89.7 GBH and the Culture Show's Week in Review, which is going to start right at 2 o'clock. And the Culture Show, Jared Bowen's gang, they're going to be live at the Boston Public Library today. So if you're down there, you can stick around and see Jared at 2 o'clock. I'm Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Browdy. And by the way, thank you all for coming at the library. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks
so
people
much.
at the library. Jim, I'm seeing my gift there. I know it's my gift.
Well, trust me, you would have loved it. You really would. No. From me to you, I'm Jim Browdy.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and that's my little potato head girl. She's really cute. See you later.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future. How did we get here's how-tos and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Speakeasy Stage Company, presenting The Antiquities, a genre-defying retrospective on the human experience, is now open and runs through March 28th. Ticket info at speakeasystage.com. And Landvest Christie's International Real Estate, an independent brokerage representing residential and investment properties for buyers and sellers across New England and the Adirondacks since 1968. More at landvest.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, kidneys, race, and a game-changing study. We'll look at the big improvements that happened for black people awaiting kidney transplants when racial indicators were removed from the kidney function algorithm. And we'll ask why that information was included in the first place. 4 years of new data shows promising results from making that change. Then, are you a gamer, particularly skilled at keeping your cool working a busy drive-through window? You might have what it takes to be a successful air traffic controller. Still, there are hurdles. And we get the tea on Gen Z slang. Where does it come from? What makes it unique? And why some century-old words are making a comeback. No cap. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Trump's taken to social media to express joy at killing Iranian leaders and seemed to say the conflict in Iran could go on significantly longer. NPR's Danielle Kurtzleben reports Trump also previewed what is set to be a day of heavy strikes.
Trump said the U.S. has, quote, unlimited ammunition and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, unquote. This morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, said today will be the heaviest day of strikes on Iran. President Trump added, quote, they've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years, and now I, as the 47th President of the United States of America, am killing them. What a great honor it is to do so, unquote. This week, a preliminary assessment found that the U.S. was likely at fault for a missile strike on an Iranian girls' school. Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR News.
In addition, 6 American troops were killed this week when a refueling aircraft crashed. The FBI is investigating yesterday's synagogue attack outside Detroit, Michigan, as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. It was carried out by a naturalized citizen from Lebanon, where a local mayor told an NPR producer that the suspect was related to several people killed in an Israeli strike last week. The Michigan attack occurred within hours of a deadly shooting on the Virginia campus of Old Dominion University. Juliette Kayyem is the faculty chair of the Homeland Security Project at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government and spoke to NPR about the 2 attacks.
The evidence right now shows that they are likely unconnected, and the FBI has not said that they're treating them as similar, obviously, to terror-related events. We'll be careful about motivation. At this stage, occurred on the same day, and so they will look at any connection. But the modes of attack are different. The histories of the attackers are different.
Julia Kayyem on Edition. Austin, Texas has announced new policies for how local police interact with federal immigration agents. Mose Bushell of member station KUT reports the guidelines highlight the difficulties blue cities and red states are having in responding to the illegal immigration crackdown.
Austin political leaders don't want city police doing immigration enforcement, but Texas law stops them from telling officers they can't report people to ICE. So the new rules here prohibit city police officers from holding someone solely on suspicion of immigration violations and tell them they must alert their higher-ups if they plan to report someone. Kristen Etter is with the Texas Immigration Law Council. She says in Texas,
it's safe to assume that anytime law enforcement is involved, there is a risk of immigration detention.
Texas is one of many states with laws encouraging or even mandating cooperation between local and state law enforcement and federal immigration agents. For NPR News, I'm Mose Bushell in Austin.
It's NPR.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The MBTA will have expanded service on Sunday for the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade in South Boston. As GBH's Jeremy Siegel reports, the agency is expecting a big bump in ridership.
The T is advising passengers that platforms could see overcrowding, and the agency will have extra staff on hand to keep everyone safe. Both the Red Line and the commuter rail will have added service, and the T is offering free round-trip shuttle bus service between South Station and Southie. The T is also reminding riders that alcohol consumption and unruly behavior won't be tolerated, and that transit police will be visibly present throughout the day. Jeremy Siegel, GBH News.
The Danvers teenager who allegedly stabbed a 68-year-old woman to death on Wednesday night as she slept has confessed to the crime when he spoke to police yesterday. Court records show 18-year-old Anthony DeMeo, a Catholic high school student, allegedly told investigators that he had planned on committing this act for a long time and added he wanted to kill someone for a long time. DeMeo, a senior at Bishop Fenwick High School, is being arraigned today in Salem District Court on charges of murder and home invasion in connection with the death of Janet Swallow. Records show that before his arraignment, Judge Joanna Rodriguez ordered DeMeo to undergo an evaluation for competence to stand trial and criminal responsibility. Essex DA Paul Tucker says it was a random murder as there was no connection between DeMeo and Swallow. 41 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. Fisher's dedicated team of specialists provide resources on investing, retirement income, estate planning, and more. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. This week, the Journal of American Medicine published a study on race and kidney transplants that proved a point advocates have been making for a long time. Removing a patient's race from a measurement of kidney function dramatically improved outcomes for Black people awaiting kidney transplants. The study covers the past 4 years since the change to that clinical algorithm was made. We're going to get into all of this with Anil Oza, a reporter for Stat Healthcare News in Boston, who wrote about the study, and LaVarn A. Burton, president and CEO of the American Kidney Fund, who joins us from near Washington, D.C. AKF advocates for kidney patients. Welcome to you both. Glad to have you here on the Curiosity Desk.
Hey, great to be here.
Great to be here. Thank you.
LaVarn, I want to start with you. So until 2021, EGFR, which is a critical blood test that is used to measure kidney function, was reportedly inflated by around 16 to 21% for Black patients. The upshot here is that it could be masking severe kidney disease and delaying urgently needed treatment, including transplants. Why was this the case?
Okay. You know, I think it was the case because as guidelines were developed, and medical scientists looked at the creatinine, they found that there was a higher concentration among African Americans, which they didn't really understand. And they tried to find a proxy for that in terms of determining the health of people's kidney status. Unfortunately, that proxy that was developed was really a social construct rather than based upon scientific fact. And I think that's what happened in the end, that it was a convenience. It was a social construct to try to explain something that was not well understood.
Anil, I see you nodding there. What do you have?
Yeah, I think this also keys into the fact that medicine has dealt with racism in its past a lot. And I think this is an area where we see that, where there was a myth going back to the days of slavery that Black people had more muscle mass. And it was used by physicians, even here in the Boston area hundreds of years ago, to justify slavery, saying that there was a biological explanation for it.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's a reason why this is okay.
Exactly. And so in the past couple of decades, when doctors saw that Black folks had higher creatinine levels, it sort of was convenient to lean on this racist trope that goes back centuries and just felt like common knowledge to some people.
What are these creatinine levels that we're talking about here? LaVarn, can you explain what they are and what they aren't?
Yeah. Well, what they represent the fact that you're basically your kidneys are not secreting fluids and toxins from your body the way that they should be. That you're accumulating protein in your urine, so your kidneys are not functioning as well as they should be, is what they really represent. And the question is, why is that happening, and what can you do about it?
I see. And so when you say they sort of tried to come up with a proxy for this, and that proxy was, sort of essentially a social construct, can you explain what happened there? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I think it means what the last speaker just mentioned, that there is this assumption, and assumptions are not a great way to base your medical care. The assumption that there was that because of a greater mass among certain people, that explained things, and that's kind of jumping a long way in terms of what are your scientific facts. How do you base medical care on assumptions? Just not the direction that you want to go. And because it was something that had been discussed and generally accepted for a long time, it said, well, it applies here too. But you can't make medical decisions in that way and ensure that people are getting the best care that they need. You need to rely on facts, not assumptions.
Now, as we mentioned, this is something that changes in 2021, and this study has now shown that we've seen the results of what have happened over the last 4 years. But I do wonder, obviously this blood test is very critical in terms of measuring somebody's kidney function and then determining, what level of care they need. But surely it cannot be the only way we were measuring kidney function. So I wonder about things like, we know that there are environmental factors that can impact kidney function, and we know a lot of times those are environmental factors that are, at levels in Black and brown communities that are beyond and above what they are in other communities. Surely we have understanding of rates of other kinds of treatment people are seeking for kidney issues, such as dialysis. Is this something we should have figured out earlier, I guess, is my basic question.
I think yes and no. I think obviously so much contributes to our health. And I think to the word that someone used a little earlier, shortcuts, in medicine, time is at a premium. You don't have a ton of time to see patients. Patients don't always have access to a lot of care. And so we develop these shortcuts. And I think in a lot of cases, race is used as a stand-in for a lot of these social structural issues that people face, the kinds of foods that they have access to, the clean water that they may or may not have access to, clean air. And so we sort of cloud over these structural issues with shortcuts. And I think part of the problem with EGFR is that it is that sort of top-level data point that physicians would use to judge a patient's health. And so if that was completely skewed, you don't even get to the sort of phase where they're talking about dialysis, talking about other treatment options, if there are things in the environment that are stressing them out. So the fact that it was so critical and so early on to this point of care, I think, is really the issue that we're seeing here and why it had such a stark difference once it was changed.
LaVarn, I wonder if you can walk us through what the difference has been over these last few years now that this change was made, now that this, proxy, I guess, as you say, was eliminated and we sort of readjusted how we're looking at this test. What's happened?
Yeah, I'll do that. But before I do that, I'd like to make a comment on something, on the question that you just asked, Anil.
Please do.
I think we want to distinguish between the treatment that's available for a person who needs kidney care, who's in kidney failure, versus how do you test to figure out that they need that care.
Okay.
And what we're talking about in terms of the conversation and how the EGFR was calculated is the test to determine if you need that care. And as Anil said, if the test isn't done properly, then you don't even get to the point of saying I need to be in dialysis or I need to be on a list for a transplant. So that's the importance here, is that if the testing isn't done correctly, that you don't even get to be on that list. And we have a great disparity in terms of the listing of African Americans on transplant lists and then where they are on that transplant list. And so you want to do everything that you can to get them on the list when they need to be on the list, and to do that quickly so that they can move up and get the transplant that they need, hopefully so that they may not need to be on dialysis, or if they are on dialysis, they can get off of it as quickly as possible. Transplant is obviously, if you can qualify for it, and if there's an organ for you, it's the best thing that you can get. To deal with kidney failure. Now, your question to me was also what's happened since that change was made. Since that change was made, it means that the tests are more accurate, that people are getting on the list sooner, and that they're getting their transplant. And not only did that happen for people who were new to the list, but fortunately, after this decision was made, the community went back and took a look at people who were delayed getting on the list or who were further down the list, and recalculated what should have happened to them had the test been correct in the first place.
So they backdated
Many of those people, some 21,000, according to this study, were moved up and got transplants. And very significantly, I think, the study also said that those 21,000 people getting transplants and others who were able to get transplants earlier, that did not have an adverse effect. It didn't keep anybody else in any other group from getting a transplant. So there are two very significant things in this study. One is that people got transplants who needed them. It's life-saving, but it didn't hurt anybody else. And I think it's very important to understand both those facts.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're talking with Stat News reporter Anil Oza and LaVarn A. Burton, president and CEO of the American Kidney Fund, about race and kidney transplants, and a new study that shows better outcomes for Black patients. Let's talk about what this portends for kidney care more broadly. As we said, this study in particular is looking at kidney transplants, but we're also talking, as I hear you talk, we're talking about a test here and changes to the way that we're doing this test that has impacts top to bottom in what we're doing with kidney care, not just where somebody sorts on a transplant list. So what do we know about, if anything, about how these changes are impacting people with kidney issues and what kind of care they're getting beyond those who need a transplant?
Yeah, I'll let LaVarn take over after me, but I think, like I said, this is sort of the top of the funnel for kidney care. And so I think it'll take some time to see how this change rolls out. I think the transplant waitlist is such an easy thing to sort of put in numbers and see how that would change it. And so that's why this was the first thing that was tracked. But obviously this has impacts going down the line.
And LaVarn, you want to add to that?
Yes, I do, because, you've got the human story. We have patients telling us, that they had been on the transplant list for years but not gotten a transplant. And literally a couple of weeks after this change was made, they were called in and told that they had a transplant. We heard from another lady who was not even on the list. And when these changes were made, they recalculated when she should have come on the list and when she should have gotten her transplant. And after 9 years of being in that status, she got a transplant within a few weeks. So there's a tremendous human story. I've heard from a member of my own board of trustees who told me that her father actually got a transplant because of the changes in the list. So the human element here is really, really significant. It means that I think, and it is yet, as Anil said, it is yet to be seen, but it means that people and and doctors will be pushing more to try to make sure that they are accurately assessing and accurately interpreting test results and to get people on these transplants as quickly as possible. If you are in kidney failure, you either get dialysis or you get a transplant, or unfortunately you die. And there is a very, very serious time pressure here, because literally, on average, on dialysis, you've got a 5-year period that you can survive. And so the clock is literally ticking. So it does matter when a person gets on the list and where they are in the priority on that list so that they can get that transplant.
Speaking of that, I've read, in a number of places, a stat that suggests kidney disease is the fastest or among the fastest growing non-contagious diseases in the country. LaVarn, you're with an organization that's focused on Americans and kidneys. What ought people know about this? So just in general, broadly.
Yeah, that is such an important point. There are some 35 million people in this country who are already in kidney failure, and perhaps millions others who may be and do not know it. 9 out of 10 of those people do not know it because there are no symptoms until they're in the final stages of have kidney disease, and they do not know it because until they're in the final stages.
Which is terrifying.
Of
it's
kidney
a terrifying
failure.
prospect.
It is very, very terrifying. And so it's really important that we get information to those people, which is what the American Kidney Fund is trying to do, and get them into treatment as quickly as possible.
Anil, we're talking about this research. This research was published last week in JAMA, and the lead researcher was from the Boston Medical Center. What did he tell you when you were reporting this story out?
Yeah, he is based here in Boston, which was a leader in sort of rethinking these clinical algorithms, particularly EGFR. But I think the thing that he conveyed to me the most is that this study is quite mathy and weedsy, but fundamentally it represents hope that we can sort of change these deep-seated racial disparities. When people were advocating for these changes, it was often younger clinicians like the lead author of this study, and they were sort of going against this medical system and often the sort of more established older people in the system, saying that this was rigorous and not just purely activism. And I think the study following this policy change shows that it was not only science-based, but it had the intended effect that they wanted. And I think that this can broadcast beyond the sort of nephrology kidney space, that we can rethink these disparities and have tangible impacts on them, even in just the matter of a couple of years.
When you talk about clinical algorithms, I mean, I think this is a word where it's like, I think people hear it. I think generally, I think they know what clinical is. They sort of know what algorithms are. But how important are clinical algorithms, not just to a blood test for kidney function, but just across the board? And do we have any sense of how much of this sort of maybe legacy racism, for lack of a better word, is implicit in these algorithms across the medical space?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think clinical algorithms can mean a bunch of different things to people. I think it can include sort of devices that are having algorithms run through them. It can be things on the back end of a hospital system. But to your point about race in these systems, it is a tremendous problem. I think it came to prominence in 2020, even though people have been calling attention to this for decades. But there was a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2020 or 2021 that sort of called out, I think it was 12 devices and 12 algorithms, including EGFR, that used race and probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And some of those have prompted change, and professional societies have revisited them and changed them. But there are still dozens and dozens of devices and organ systems that we judge them based on race and probably shouldn't. And so I think the study sort of prompts us to think through how we should change them and how we should measure the effectiveness of removing race from these algorithms.
Yeah.
Go ahead, LaVarn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Anil's absolutely correct. We have to have standards of care to make sure that people are getting the best care possible. But in some instances, what we have historically done is when we don't know the answer, we try to come up with a proxy. That's not an unreasonable thing to do because we don't know the answers to everything. But we need to really step back and take a critical look where we have used those proxies. As we've been talking about some other areas, for example, the way the children are tested for asthma. There are some factors in there, or the way that women are looked at in terms of vaginal birth after having a first cesarean. There are differences there by race that need to be looked at. I don't think any of us are prepared to say just change anything because that would be as bad as saying the proxies because the proxies were put in without a scientific base. So we shouldn't say just change anything without a scientific base. But we are saying these things need to be looked at, and they need to be looked at critically because we don't want people getting unnecessary or inappropriate care, but we want to make sure that they get the care that they need for the best outcomes possible. And I think these kinds of social proxies are used throughout the medical system, and we know them, we've admitted it, so now let's do something about them so that people really are getting the best medical care that they can based upon the science so that they can get the best possible outcomes.
All right, well, we're going to leave it there. We've been talking with Stat News reporter Anil Oza and LaVarn A. Burton, president and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. They've been explaining a new study that shows when a patient's race is removed from a measurement of kidney function, the outcomes improve dramatically for Black people awaiting kidney transplants. Thank you both for being with me today.
A pleasure to be
here.
Thank
you so much.
Just ahead, we'll get a look at what it's like to be an air traffic controller and learn about a program right here at UMass Amherst that's teaching people the ropes. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. The Boston Symphony Orchestra and Andres Nelsons bring their long partnership to a discordant finale. Timothy Chalamet gives new meaning to Phantom of the Opera, declaring it and its old world companion ballet dead. But a very alive arts world pushes back. And concert tickets could get a little cheaper as regulators try to rein in Live Nation's grip on live music. Tune in for that and more on our Arts and Culture Week in Review today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the University of Massachusetts Amherst, the Commonwealth's flagship public university, proud sponsor of GBH's Stories from the Stage. You can't make this up. A live, in-person event, Thursday, March 19th at 6:30. And the Art Complex Museum in Duxbury, Massachusetts, currently displaying the Duxbury Art Association Winter Juried Show, prints by Armin Landeck and works by Massachusetts artist Mo Kelman. More at artcomplex.org.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Are you a gamer? And are you thinking about a new career? Well, how about air traffic control? It might be right up your alley. It turns out many of the skills you use while playing games like Zelda or League of Legends can actually translate to the world of air traffic control. Things like tracking maps, scanning your surroundings, juggling multiple tasks at once. To learn more about what the job is really like, we are joined now by Jeremy Siegel. He's transportation correspondent for GBH News and The World, and he recently stepped inside an air traffic control simulator and tried it out for himself. Hello, Jeremy.
Good morning, afternoon, Edgar. It's an afternoon at this point.
Now,
I should note I'm not a gamer, but I think after this trip, I might be looking for a new role in air traffic controlling.
So you got into the simulator. So let's start there. What does the simulator look like? Where is this? What did it feel like stepping in there?
I'm going to paint this picture for you because I found it all surprising as a reporter. So one, I had never known what training to be an air traffic controller was like.
Did you have an idea in your head?
Kind of, but not really. It's something that I've never really thought about. My wife's grandpa actually was an air traffic controller. So my head had been like, okay, it's something that generations ago somebody might have done.
Probably
but
looked a little different generations ago,
it did, but there are actually some similarities to the training that I'll get to in a little bit. But from research, I wanted to figure out if there are places in Massachusetts where you can train to be an air traffic controller. And the simple answer is no, but from reaching out to different facilities, including in UMass Amherst, I found out that there was this facility that UMass owned where they have this simulator. It's in Chicopee, which is in Western Mass, a little bit south of Amherst itself. I drove there on a cold winter day. It was actually right after our first big snowstorm of the winter. And when I arrived there, it's basically like you're arriving at a military facility because this Chicopee spot that UMass Amherst owns, it's right next to the Westover Air Base.
Okay.
So when you're getting there, you're surrounded by like military vehicles.
Yeah.
I was kind of scared that I wasn't going to be able to enter without having a badge. But then I pull up, there's this little white building, very modest, that has a little sign on it that says UMass Amherst. And when you walk inside, it's like you're on the school's campus. They told me actually, like, we have surveillance videos that are connected to UMass here. So it's technically you're on UMass's campus. When I got there, it was sort of a normal office. You know, there's spaces where they do classes and stuff. And then they have this room in the back where when you open the door, it's super dark, and you see this. It's not an octagon because there are more sides, but I don't really know the word when you have like 20 sides and it's almost a circle.
20-sideagon.
But yeah, that works.
That's probably it.
So it's a 20-sideagon that's super dark and has these like metal circles going all around it.
If you're watching us on our YouTube stream, we've got a picture of it up there.
Now that I'm seeing it, it's not circles, it's actually rectangles that go all around it.
Courtesy of reporter Jeremy
It looks
Siegel.
like something out of Star Wars, I'd say. And they can open up a latch of it, and when you walk in, it's like walking into an air traffic control center. It looks exactly like you're in there. All of the equipment, down to the radio headsets that you wear, the screens that are in front of you, are what are inside of a real air traffic controlling facility. And then the screens show a real airport.
So so if you're on our YouTube stream and you can see this, if you're not, I will describe it. It looks like you're in front of a bunch of windows, but those are actually screens that are giving that is like video, or that is like a video feed of what looks like an entire airport.
Yeah, it is an entire
incredible.
airport. This is actually, if you're looking at the feed, it's Baltimore's airport, BWI. They have a few different ones that they can input in there, including that one, also including the Westover Municipal Airport that's right next door. And then in this simulator, you can both act like an actual air traffic controller, but you can essentially like play God at the airport. So you can decide there's torrential rain coming down. They made it so that there was a huge snowstorm. At one point, they made it so that the planes that they fly in Top Gun and F-18 was like swooping in, going right in front of me. Some of the people who work there, one of them was named Cole Fitzpatrick. He's a research assistant and professor at UMass Amherst. He actually like went through kind of the different ways that you can change up the scenarios in there. Here's what that sounded like.
I just cut that plane's engine. It fell out of the sky, right? So we can simulate an emergency response. So we have all these different vehicles we can dispatch. So we'll dispatch a fire truck and we'll zoom in. We can come over here to the joystick, zoom into the fire truck, do ambulances, we can add deer, we can add birds, drones.
So in this situation, I should note, I was trying to get him to like create a nightmare scenario for an air traffic controller, like make it as bad as possible.
Yeah.
It's like,
because you're like, I've never done this before.
Yeah.
Give me the hardest task possible. I'm sure I can figure it out. So you sat in the chair. I mean, what did you learn about like what the job is?
That it's very fast paced. It is really similar to playing an intense video game, and that it's not something that I personally am good at. But people I knew who would spend hours playing video games in college would be really good at. So to give you an idea of how this simulator works, you're sitting at this huge desk that in the air traffic controlling business you would call the cab. And then in this adjacent room, there are other people who can essentially act as the pilots. So they're on radios, they're controlling the planes that are going into your airspace, and you can communicate with them because you're wearing a radio headset. In one hand, you have this joystick that helps you toggle the different views of the airport. In the other hand, you're kind of manning this keyboard where you can input information like go to, the runway F-17 or something like that. And you have this headset on, and with your foot, you turn on and off the radio headset so that you can communicate with the airplane's hands-free. So they went through a scenario with me. The two guys were in the other room. They pretended to be pilots, and they said, like, we're heading into your airspace, and more technical terminology, and asked for clearance to land. And I didn't really look at what was happening in the airport, and I was like, clearance granted? Is that what I should say in this scenario? And they were like, maybe, but actually, if you look at what's going on down below, you'd probably want us to hang a left pattern and take it again until this airspace is actually open. So, you have to be aware of all of the planes coming in, and then you also have to be aware of what's happening on the runway, because if you've ever been in a plane, coming into Boston, and it feels like you're landing, and then all of a sudden you're doing a huge U-turn and you're getting motion sickness from it, that's probably because the runway that you were going to go on, there's another plane sitting there, or there's another plane taking off at that moment.
Did you successfully land a plane?
No.
Really?
I didn't. No, it's really complicated. And like as I said, I'm pretty bad at video games. What's fascinating that they told me, so this facility, they want to someday use it to actually train air traffic controllers, but it's
so why
really...
don't they? I mean, it seems like, look at it, it's an amazing facility.
It's amazing.
Why are we not training air traffic controllers?
Becoming an air traffic controller is one of the most complex career paths imaginable, which I didn't know before reporting this story. What they told me is like, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become a lawyer, if you want to go into journalism,
it's hard,
you know how to do it. Yeah. For an air traffic controller, it's really not that clear. So it's strictly regulated. You have to be 31 years old to even apply, or under 31 years old. So I'm too old to apply for it. I think I'm too old, right, Edgar? Yeah, we don't have to get into the details there.
We'll leave it at that. No.
And before you apply, you have to actually have years of experience already. So that means you have to decide you're going to become an air traffic controller when you're, in your early 20s or something. So what this facility does is it brings in high school classes and gets these kids exposed to it. What they've actually found is that kids who play a lot of video games are naturals. So the same way that I had no idea how to get these planes to land, they knew how to do it. But air traffic controlling, it's heavily regulated with good reason because you want people who are extremely capable, who are extremely careful. And also the reason that there's this age limit is because they force mandatory retirement at the age of 56. They've bent that a little bit with the shortage to let people work until they're older, but they want young people who can stay really focused to do it. And also historically, every single person who wants to become an air traffic controller has to go to one city, and that city is Oklahoma City.
Yeah, how is this the system? And is anybody looking at, I totally hear what you're saying in terms of, you want to keep the standards very high because obviously this is a very serious thing. There are a lot of people's lives on the line, right? So the idea that it's regulated, that it's, that you have very strict rules around who can do it, that totally makes sense to me. Also, the reason you're on this story is because we keep hearing about this sort of critical shortage of people going into this business. We have more and more planes in the air. We have fewer and fewer people who are air traffic controllers. So is anybody looking at this and saying like, okay, we got to keep the standards high, but maybe we need more than one place where people can train to do this?
So people are looking into that, from the federal government down to the folks I interviewed at UMass Amherst. And what's interesting, to back up a little bit, so historically Oklahoma City has been the only place you go to. And the experts I talked to said that actually, beyond it just being, like, why do you have to go to Oklahoma City? It's a huge logistical hurdle for people who want to go into the industry. I talked to Michael McCormick, who is the former vice president of the FAA Air Traffic Organization. He's really experienced in this. He was actually in charge of air traffic control during 9/11 in New York. So nobody knows this field better than him. He said, it just makes no sense. Kids have to go to Oklahoma City when they don't have a salary. They've never been to this city before. They're living with roommates and they're eating ramen noodles for all of their meals. And then when you become an air traffic controller, you have to pass a final test. And when these kids are there for a few weeks living off of nothing and know that this one test is going to determine their future, it's frightening. And the attrition rate at this FAA Academy, it's abysmal. And only 30% of people who go there never graduate. So the federal government in 2024, as this shortage became more of a problem, launched this new program where universities across the country can apply to become these new certified institutions where students can study there and never have to go to Oklahoma City. That sounds great on paper, but because it's such a complex career to get into, you have to jump through all of these hoops that the FAA has set up. Only 10 schools across the country have been able to set up these programs. And when I spoke with one of them at Embry-Riddle University in Florida, they only had 9 graduates in 1 year. When you lay that next to the 8,000 air traffic controllers that the FAA says we need to hire in the next 2 years, it's really small potatoes. So more schools need to take on these programs. UMass is one of those institutions that wants to.
Yeah. So what does the future look like for this spot, this UMass spot that you were at? What's the hope?
So they bought this simulator with the goal of someday training air traffic controllers. Because
who's using it now?
High school students for tours. Also, the airbase next door uses it for military exercises. I asked Michael Nodler, the head of the transportation center. They're like, so what are these exercises? And he said, I can't tell you. Yeah, you'd have to ask them that, and they're not answering my questions. So it is used, and they also use it for research about how air traffic control works. But outside of that, it sits empty sometimes. And they bought this simulator with the idea of training air traffic controllers. They sort of forecast that this was going to become a big problem. They're in the process of applying and trying to have their program accredited by the FAA. There are kind of these weird requirements. One of them is that they not just offer an air traffic controlling degree, but some sort of other alternative career path in aviation, like aviation maintenance, which, it's hard to set up a new career program at a university. So they hope to do this within the next year, and they really want to, but it's been a tough process.
All right. Well, thank you for your reporting on this and all your transportation reporting for us here at GBH and for the world. Keep at it. I'm sure we'll have you back.
Thank you so much, Edgar. It was fun talking with you.
We've been speaking with transportation correspondent for GBH News and the World, Jeremy Siegel. For those of you who want to check out Jeremy's piece, which actually went live today, you can visit gbhnews.org. And while you're there, check out. Stay with us. Just ahead, am I cooked or low-key eating? We'll learn about the origins of Gen Z slang. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Stay with us.
The synth-pop duo Hot and Freddie grew out of singer Michelle Buzz's obsession with 17th century fashion and the traveling circus. The music came a little later.
I remember the time I was like, I found pirate blouses and like, would you wear one?
And I was like, yeah, of course I'd wear a pirate blouse.
I'm Elsa Chang. We'll talk about Hot and Freddie's debut album, Big Disgrace, on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Brown University pre-college programs, where high school students prepare for college learning, experience college life, and make new friends from around the world in one of their 300 course offerings. precollege.brown.edu. And Boston Ballet, presenting Winter Experience, featuring the return of Crystal Pite's celebrated This Season's Canon and Yorma Ello's timeless Le Sacre du Printemps, now through March 15th at Citizens Opera House. Tickets at bostonballet.org.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Gen Z slang. It's a confusing nut for many to crack, whether you're a parent wondering if you have Riz or a corporation trying to navigate aura farming. And we've been thinking, where the heck do these words come from? Well, we are joined by two guests now to talk about the origins of some of the popular Gen Z words, why humans use slang in the first place, and how words eventually meet their grave. Nicole Holliday is acting associate professor of linguistics at UC Berkeley, and Sam Corbin is a columnist in the game section of the New York Times who recently wrote the article Why Kids Are Starting to Sound Like Their Grandparents. Hello to you both. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Hi, Edgar. Hi. It's great to be with you.
Awesome to have you. Let's start here. I love to define terms. So when we're talking about slang, what is slang? What makes slang different from just regular language? How do you think of slang? Let's start with you, Sam.
I think slang is just a new word. Like it's a word that pops up in casual use, informal usage, either written or oral, but every new word, unless it's like a trade word, kind of starts as slang and then migrates in theory into the mainstream. So I think it's just a word that nobody knows yet.
How about you, Nicole? Do you like that definition?
Yeah, I mean, if we were in an intro to linguistics class, I would say informal lexical items, but it's basically what Sam said, right? Like, crucially, these are words that sort of bubble up from being used out in the world and then are not seen as formal, but can eventually make that leap into being seen as mainstream or more formal.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to step back and think about it as a pipeline, like this idea of the informal sort of bubbling up from the ground into the formal, right? It's like, language is to a certain extent inherently a bottom-up thing as opposed to a top-down thing, although I guess there are pressures coming from both ends. But why do we have a sense of why humans use slang? Is it as simple as like there's some function in us as people that are creative and we're going to use language creatively and therefore we're going to fiddle with the language no matter what? Or is there something else going on?
Yeah, the only languages that don't change are dead. So language change is an inherent property of language. But also, the world around us changes, and we need to innovate to explain that. That's one reason that we get slang. But also, young people sort of psychologically must differentiate themselves from the older generations. And so it's like a mandate of growing up that you have to be different than your parents and the old people around you. And so one way that you can do that is through innovating in your language.
I see you nodding, Sam.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, I was writing recently about this whole idea of intersubjectivity. Like, language is how we construct our identity around other people. And so it's both the way you differentiate yourself from your parents and a way you identify with your peers. You
show that you are anti-authority, counterculture, but also pro-teenage life. So it's doing all these things at the same time. But yeah, it's identity. It's more than, just words.
Yeah. So let's talk about Gen Z slang in particular. Now, I think it's pretty obvious, as you say, that, I mean, slang is natural as the language itself. I think anybody of any age can stop and think about a time, likely when they were younger, where there was a lot of slang they were using. Right now, young people that we are thinking about, Gen Z, are sort of the young people whose slang is really coming front and center. So let's talk about Gen Z slang in particular. And, is it the same as any slang has ever been, or are there different hallmarks? Do different generations, or is there something about their slang that says something about their generation? Let's start with Gen Z. What's your take, Nicole?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that is different about Gen Z slang is it's on main. Slang from my millennial age. So we are seeing everything that they're doing in real time in a certain way because everything is recorded, everything is on TikTok. And this is a disadvantage for them. Like, old people shouldn't be knowing what they're saying all the time. It's very annoying. So it actually does kind of speed up the life cycle of language innovation for these young people because they have to constantly escape the, surveillance state, but also the surveillance of old people. That said, the same things have been happening since time immemorial, right? It's just that adults weren't always privy to these conversations because they weren't seeing them constantly online.
Sam?
Yeah, I would say the terms that come back again and again in every generation, like we always need to have words for uncool, cool, compliments, insults, ways to say yes, ways to say no. So like now, if you want to call someone lame, apparently you call them Ohio, which is like a, reference to the state.
To the state
Okay,
of Ohio?
I'm from Ohio, and I take offense.
Apologies to any listeners out there in Ohio. You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're speaking with linguist Nicole Holliday and New York Times columnist Sam Corbin about Gen Z slang. What about sources of slang? I mean, are there pathways? I mean, besides sort of young people Broadway, are there pathways where slang often sort of starts and then moves through the larger population? And if so, what do we know about how that's happening with Gen Z slang and how that's the same and different than it has been in the past? I see you nodding, Sam.
My understanding is that gaming has actually been a big part of launching new slang, like a lot of Twitch streaming. It blows my mind that people watch people watching video games.
It's
like
so
that
meta.
It's
so meta.
So meta. And so I don't know at what level slang is like emerging within that, endless mirror. But that seems to be a big source of it.
What do you see, Nicole?
Sam is right. It's usually sub-communities, right? So right now, the gaming sub-community has a lot of power. Unfortunately, like the sort of incel sub-communities are contributing a lot right now, too. So this is where you get like the maxing type stuff. But historically, marginalized communities are the source of a lot of what we see as slang. So one thing that is irritating to me as a linguist who studies African-American English is there are terms like onk, where people will say, oh, that's like Gen Z slang. That's been said in African-American English for at least my entire lifetime with a different meaning. And so we see things bubble up, yes, from gaming communities, but from Black communities, from gay communities, from immigrant communities that get sort of taken into the mainstream and bleached of their prior meaning or prior history as well.
Nicole, I want to stay on that for a second because I wonder when you talk about the idea, and again, I think historically this is true, right? Like so many of the slang words across generations are coming from these, sort of communities that you're describing, and I wonder if there's something in the nature of feeling like you are not part of a mainstream or you are a subculture that sort of accelerates the need for slang, because you sort of are seen by others as other.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. One thing is we talk about a lot in sociolinguistics is like prestige, right? So the prestigious way of speaking is the mainstream one. It's the one that you hear, on the news and on radio and stuff all the time. But that's one kind of prestige. It's overt prestige. There's also a concept of covert prestige, and covert prestige is all the cool stuff. And that's what young people are frequently wanting to tap into when they're using slang. So one thing about African American English is it's not seen as formal. It costs speakers economic opportunity communities, it's like, there's a history of racism, oppression, etc. But it's cool.
Yeah.
It's always been cool. And so, of course, right, when young people are trying to be cool, they're going to tap into a community that might not have overt economic power, but that does have the power of coolness. And that's part of why these terms move from those kind of marginalized communities into the mainstream via this pathway.
So when that happens, is that flattery? Is that appropriation? And also, is it important, or does it matter if you understand or know the pathway that word was on before it came into your orbit?
I don't think it's reasonable to ask every 14-year-old on the internet to know the etymology of every word that they use, all 10,000 words that they use in a day.
It's not?
People don't know that about Unk, for example, but it's frustrating from the outside to hear words that I know that people said in the 1990s being labeled as like Gen Z slang when Black speakers have always been punished for doing that. So it's a complicated issue. Like, I'm not saying everybody stop saying Unk tomorrow.
Right.
And really, if we got rid of the underlying racism, it wouldn't really matter that there was this kind of appropriation cycle. But it's still there, and that's why people have very big feelings about it.
Mm-hmm. For the record, I just want to say that I'm sure I'm wrong about this, but Unk, like being short for uncle, I was thinking it could also be short for uncool. In theory, I'm wrong, I'm sure, but if you're calling someone Unk, you're saying that they're uncool, aren't you? Kind of?
It's definitely uncle, and it's definitely African American English, and we have this attested. But that's interesting, right? Because maybe there is an emerging folk etymology about where that came from. So who would even know, right?
Launched by me, this folk etymology.
And also, people are very clever, so it can be both at the same time. It can be these things kind of work, wink, wink, on both levels, even from the start, right? I mean, this is the beautiful thing about language and people's creative use of language. So, Sam, we mentioned, you wrote a piece about people talking like their grandparents. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the dusting off old slang and making it new again, so to speak?
Yeah, well, I was talking to Brianne Hughes for that piece, and she talked about slang coming around in cycles. I mean, not as condensed cycles as somehow low-rise jeans are in again, which if God help you, please don't bring that back. But that it's a kind of way that we take stock of milestones, maybe subconsciously. So we are in the 20s again. So maybe people are kind of pulling from that noir, flappery vibe with a word like skedaddle. I was actually looking at Alan Metcalf, who was he kind of founded the Word of the Year, book called From Skedaddle to Selfie. And so even he places it kind of on earlier on. But if you go onto TikTok, you'll see, a dog running and then people saying he just skedaddled out of there. And so I think I was just fascinated because I wondered where they think, is there a meta awareness that they're talking like a parent or a grandparent? And I think there is, but it's somehow wanting to kind of reclaim the tone and make it informal.
Fascinating. I mean, it's just sort of like there's so many levels operating here when you really stop and think about it. Okay, I want to play a little game here. So our Gen Z producer Rachel Armani has given me a list of words that apparently are Gen Z slang, and I'm going to maybe ask you to help me define these or explain them. This is the idea here. Are you up for that?
Sure.
We'll try. We're the wrong age, but we'll both try.
Yes, but you study this stuff. You write about this stuff. You read about this stuff. Let's start with chopped, which is one that I think I understand. Chopped is like cutting, literally like it sounds, sort of like you're sort of cutting somebody down. Is that right? Or what can you tell me about chopped?
Chopped.
My understanding. Yeah.
Oh, chopped is ugly.
I was gonna say. Yeah.
So it just means that somebody is ugly. They are chopped?
Yeah, or their face can be chopped. It can be more specific than that, but it's an adjective for, unattractive.
Okay. How about I use this one in the lead. How about aura farming? What is aura farming? Do we know?
So farming is one of those terms that comes from gaming, which is like doing the same thing over and over again, just as opposed to questing forward. And so aura farming is like farming, kind of cultivating this vibe for yourself online, I think is the general sense, without like having any end goal. It's just kind of vibe farming is what I was about to say. But that's why people talk about, clout farming is like you're just kind of chasing clout without this genuine desire for anything. Is that where I'm at, Nicole? Am I right with that?
Yeah. So like I've seen it on Reddit, like, points on Reddit, upvotes are like karma. So it's like karma farming. So it's like you'll just put things out there to get a bunch of likes, which increases your power online in some way.
Okay. So we have looks maxing here, which I think I understand, which is just like being. Maybe I don't. Looks maxing is like caring about your looks, and right? Is that kind of generally it? Yes.
Maximizing, right?
Yeah.
So this is one of those like 4chan incel terms, unfortunately, but I think it's made the jump into something fairly mainstream now. But it's originally this community of young men who they think of interacting in the world, and particularly with women, as like something where you can get points. And so looks maxing is I'm going to maximize the number of real world points I get, sort of prestige that I get by making myself more attractive, via like working out or doing my hair, or like whatever they might be doing.
Can you talk a little bit, just in case people don't know, you've mentioned incel culture. What is incel culture, and how is this playing into the larger language that we're using?
Oh, yikes. There's a lot of communities of young men online, and there are many podcasts, many gamers, sub-communities, many YouTubers who cater to, the male loneliness crisis, the crisis with young men, like this kind of, panic that has been written about in the media. But yeah, there is a lot of isolation and, negative experiences that young men are having. And so there's a lot of money to be made, a lot of attention that people can get from sort of saying to young men, I have the cure for your ennui. And so these are sub-communities that have really grown in size and in power, I would say, especially in the last 10 years. And so many, many young men participate in them or are adjacent in them. So it's unsurprising that some words would come out of those communities.
And we touched on this a little bit earlier, but generally speaking, like even if that's where the term comes from, once it gets to a point where it's being adopted more broadly, generally you both sort of say it's kind of okay to use these terms.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's any inherent harm in using the terms. I mean, and you don't have to have an awareness of their provenance, but like if you're talking about maxing in a social environment, you are kind of talking about this idea that there are points to be gained from social engagement, and like you are kind of existing or describing yourself in that framework. So if you're saying it kind of ironically, I guess, I don't know, I'm like food maxing by eating, that's not a real thing, but like, if there are ways you're saying it that are kind of explicitly winking, but if you're just trying to kind of wield it, I do think there's a little bit of sharpness to be aware of there.
I got it. Before I let you go, I wonder, do you all have a favorite, do you have some sort of favorite piece of slang, either from your quote unquote era or that you hear being used now that you're just like, darn, that's a really, really good one. Do you sort of have a favorite word like that, Nicole?
Yeah. I really actually like glaze, which is a genuine, sort of innovation from Gen Z, which means just like kind of hype somebody up or like overly compliment them. It can be negative or positive, like, oh, you're just glazing me, like I wasn't really that good in the basketball game. Or it could be genuine, like, oh yeah, like I always glaze him because he's like my favorite player or whatever. That one's great.
I like it. How about you, Sam?
I really love the word chuggy. I didn't think it would have the lifespan that it has because I think it cropped up like 3 years ago or something. And it's describing like a level of basicness that people associate with like Ray Dunn aesthetic, big words on things that might be a very deep cut, but it's talking about a specific kind of vanilla-ness. And I find myself using it all the time, even though when I came around, I was like, that's not a word. I think it's so useful.
Slang, always useful. Thank you both. We've been speaking with Nicole Holliday, Acting Associate Professor of Linguistics at UC Berkeley, and Sam Corbin, columnist in the games section of New York Times and author of the weekly Gameplay newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
And now we turn to someone with Riz, Jared Bowen. Jared Bowen from The Culture Show. How are you?
I'm great, Edgar. How are you?
I'm doing great. What do you got?
So it's our Week in Review show. We're going to be starting off talking about a surprise announcement from the Boston Symphony Orchestra that Andres Nelsons and the orchestra are parting ways.
Big story.
Then another big story in pop culture is everything that Timothée Chalamet said about ballet and opera. We will dissect that because, of course, that realm of the performing arts is not responding well. And then you know that the Oscars are this weekend, so we'll do a big, fat Oscars preview about all the things to expect this weekend.
Cannot wait. That's Jared Bowen and the Culture Show coming at you in about a minute and a half. That's it for us. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio Hanalos, and Nicole Garcia. Patty Daniels is the blueprint, main character energy in the most grounded way possible. Our engineers, John the Claw Parker. Special thanks today to David Goodman and Andrew Massawa for their audio engineering prowess. We will be right back here on Monday on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube. Until then, have a great weekend. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Vivo Performing Arts, with an Irish celebration curated by Martin Hayes. The celebrated Irish fiddler brings together a lineup of guest artists for a vibrant cultural celebration. March 18th at Symphony Hall. vivoperformingarts.org. Tonight, European travel expert Rick Steves takes you on a springtime journey through Europe to explore a rich and fascinating mix of traditions surrounding the Holy Week. It's a mix of celebrations and cultures. Watch Rick Steves' European Easter tonight at 7:30 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. You may or may not have heard my voice this week promoting Celtic Night, a Boston Pops tribute to Brian O'Donovan and the show he hosted for many years right here at GBH called A Celtic Sojourn. The concert at Boston Symphony Hall is Saturday night, March 14th, and at last check, there was still a limited amount of tickets still available. But fear not, if you can't make it to the show, GBH and our sister station, WCRB, Classical Radio Boston, will re-air the concert this Sunday, March 16th at 7 p.m. You can hear it here on 89.7 as well as 99.5 FM. But this isn't the first time the Pops gave a tip of the hat to Brian, who we lost to brain cancer in 2023. Here's BSO and Boston Pops conductor Keith Lockhart from 2015 talking about the power of Celtic music in Boston.
Boston's a very, very Irish town, and Irish music, Celtic music, has been a part of the Boston Pops repertory ever since Arthur Fiedler's tremendously successful Irish Night at Pops concerts dating way back into the 50s. In the late 1990s, the Celtic album with the Boston Pops, conducted by yours truly, managed to garner the first ever Grammy nomination for the Boston Pops.
GBH's Brian O'Donovan not only hosted a Celtic Night at the Pops back then, but he curated the night as well. Meanwhile, appearing at Saturday night's Boston Pops tribute at Symphony Hall to Brian will be one of Brian's favorite ensemble, Solace, as well as Brian's daughter, Aoife O'Donovan.
So standing on a front lawn, me and her.
Acclaimed conductor Emer Noon will carry the night from the first note to the last, and here's a clip of Brian from 13 years ago promoting GBH Music's YouTube channel.
Hi, I'm Brian O'Donovan, host of A Celtic Sojourn on WGBH Radio, and I'm here to tell you about our new YouTube channel, GBH Music. There you'll find all of our Celtic performances, as well as classical, jazz, singer-songwriter, and more.
Mama, let me come home.
New videos uploaded weekly.
That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Friday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, a dissonant turn at Symphony Hall. After more than a decade leading the BSO, Andres Nelsons, who brought Grammy-winning recordings, international prestige, and artistic acclaim, is heading toward a surprising coda. The orchestra is ending their relationship after the 2026-27 season over a clash in future vision. We'll look at what comes next for the BSO and what it will take to choose a new music director. From there, you know the saying about opera. It ain't over until a slender celebrity declares that it and ballet are dead. We'll break down Timothée Chalamet's dismissal of the performing arts and the backlash that followed. Then it's time to pop your popcorn for the Academy Awards. We're getting ready for all that's to come on Hollywood's biggest night. Conan O'Brien's quirky charm, the red carpet razzle-dazzle, awards, suspense, and bridesmaids. The uproarious comedy gets bridal showered with love as its cast reunites on the Oscar stage. And is Meghan Markle's lifestyle brand as ever, never more? What does it mean for her brand now that Netflix has pulled the plug on their relationship with the one-time royal? We take on that and more right now on our Arts and Culture Week in Review.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Welcome to The Culture Show on 89.7 GBH and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm Jared Bowen.
I'm Callie Crossley.
And I'm Christina Quinn.
Hi, Christina Quinn.
Hello.
Great to have you back. People may recognize Christina Quinn from our own airwaves. It's great to welcome you to The Culture Show.
Thank you. Yes, proud WGBH alum here, GBH alum. Happy to hang out with you guys.
It was still WGBH when you were there, so that's allowed. Well, we're going over the week's top arts and culture headlines, starting with the Boston Symphony Orchestra. After 13 seasons, the BSO is ending its relationship with music director Andres Nelsons after the 2026-27 season, saying the institutions and Nelsons were, quote, not aligned on future vision. It brings to a close a tenure marked by Grammy-winning recordings, international acclaim, and a major role in shaping the orchestra's sound in Boston and beyond. So that's about all the information we have on this. What happened when this announcement was made last Friday, right after our show, actually, is we received this announcement from the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Andres Nelsons issued his own statement, reading in part, it's not the decision I anticipated or wanted. And then in relatively short order, the musicians also weighed in, saying that they believe in Andres' vision for the future. So in my estimation, something happened, because this is a 13-year relationship that has come to a rather quick end. That said, this is an arts organization, and there can be differences in artistic visions going forward.
Well, there's a lot of speculation. I want to start by saying I couldn't believe he was 34 when he signed his first contract. So that's an amazing situation to me right away. Well, I was taken with the general feeling because I wanted to find out what people in the business thought. And most of them were most taken with the way that it was done.
Yes.
And they said, you know, maybe there were some issues with his having lots of other engagements around the country, having a whole other job outside of the country. By the way, they told him while he was out of the country, which a lot of people pointed to and thought that was extremely tacky. But so they said, okay, so there's all of that going on. But after somebody spent 13 years, he just won 2 Grammys,
right?
You know, just a little bit more respect. I just want to read this from the Guardian newspaper critic, who was like, this just looks bad. He said, the most generous reading of the document, referring to the statement by the BSO, whose timing and substance seemed designed to inflict maximum damage and project right hand of God authority, smacked of insult and suggested a smug, corporatized attitude has taken hold at Symphony Hall. Ooh, ouch.
Ouchie.
You know, I thought that was not a good take from outside of our range. The only other thing that he added that I thought was interesting is if they are truly going to look in different directions, let's start looking around at some women conductors. He had a name of one, Karina Kanalakis, that he thought would be perfect. She's internationally acclaimed American conductor. She's now the chief conductor of the Netherlands Radio Philharmonic Orchestra, and she's guested at the London Philharmonic. So there may be opportunities we don't know, but generally people don't like the way
Right. It was an ice cold dismissal, if you will. And I think that, well, I mean, one thing I'm curious about is if you know of any other sort of dismissal that has been this disrupt in the orchestra world. I don't know if there has been, but the way it was done, sort of like to the point to what the Guardian writer wrote, was that it was done in a way that feels cold in that corporate sense. That said, though, Nelson's was doing a lot of traveling, and that was not necessarily appealing. And I think when you're really trying to foster and cultivate a brand that is deeply cherished here in the city, like the Boston Symphony Orchestra, you probably want somebody who's around more than he was.
Well, I think pointed to Seiji, have traveled a lot too.
Yeah, that becomes one of the challenges in this realm. I think with other arts organizations, you definitely want somebody who's going to sit down in the region and establish a relationship, build that rapport with audiences so that there is a conversation that can happen, so that there's a welcoming that happens. I don't think that necessarily happens in the classical music world. So I think in this case, two things are true. Yes, he took on a number of other conducting jobs and with another entire institution in Europe, so that kept him away from Boston perhaps more than people would have wanted, but at the same time it's a reflection of his own talent that he was so highly sought out.
Right. He's in demand.
I would also say that 13 years is a relatively long time, maybe not with the BSO where Seiji Ozawa was there for about 3 decades, but there is always an artistic rift that happens at some point. Maybe it's not so pronounced, but you have a different sensibility that comes in. The CEO of the Boston Symphony Orchestra is still relatively new, so perhaps he has a different vision for how to move audiences forward. So I think there are many things that are true, and again, there are many things that we don't know about this, but Callie, to your point, that's what so many people have remarked on, is this is not how we typically see things go down. I mean, we certainly see it go down in television, we certainly see it go down in radio. I think I for one have experienced that up close, but maybe not in the classical music realm.
I just wonder if, because in the reading I've done, there was a suggestion that when they want people on site, like in town, it's to oversee the, if you will, the building of the entire program.
Right.
That there is something valuable about having him on site for that. Like, you know, obviously somebody else can take that part of the job, but they said that sometimes can link to the fundraising, all of that kind of stuff. I don't know how valuable that is in the scheme of things because I'm not in that world, but that is something that was raised a couple of times. But the point I want to make is it seems to me a lot to be said about an orchestra that's uniformly said, hey, this guy was great.
Right.
And we are very sad that this happened and upset about the way it happened.
Right. There is a disconnect there. And I'm curious about that chasm, sort of, you know, and I guess we'll maybe hear more and more as time goes by about, you know, what happened and how it all unfolded.
I expect there will be more, but and again, to go back to what Callie said, I was struck by, as people are already considering the future past 2027 and who the candidates are, whether they're American or international, there are a lot of women's names. And in fact, mostly what I looked at, it was nearly all women's names that have surfaced. So looking ahead to the future of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, it could be radically different in that regard,
That's
too.
That's exciting.
And history making. Well, from discord at Symphony Hall to a striking accord, actor Timothy Chalamet prompted a heated debate following a filmed Variety and CNN town hall event where he was in conversation with fellow actor Matthew McConaughey. Inexplicably, Chalamet rolled a grenade right into the classical arts.
I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership, but damn, I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So.
Speaking of ice cold,
that was. I mean, so there's been a whole arc to this too, because first of all, this happened a few weeks ago. Then it really, there became a moment when people understood what happened and people began weighing in. And some people are saying, you know what, he's right. People don't care about the classical arts in this country. I completely disagree with that notion. I think if you look at his attitude, which was so smug in that response, and then he thought it was hilarious. And to my knowledge, there has been no response from him since then saying, you know what, let me really explain this, because I, being Timothy Chalamet, as somebody who is the grandson son and brother of all people who studied ballet and performed on the stage. Let me explain what I meant, but he hasn't stepped forward to say that. Instead, he's left this impression that ballet and opera don't matter as much as his beloved films matter.
Right. I mean, I have Chalamet fatigue at this point anyway, and so when I first heard that he said that, I was just like immediately irritated. I'm also the daughter of an opera singer, so my father was a bass baritone and performed in a lot of national shows. And so when I hear somebody say that, I immediately wince, and I'm like, no. Like, that's not the case. There are many, countless people who are still invested in this art form, in these art forms.
Well, what I would say is, when I first heard his response, before I knew about the connections with his family, I thought, these are the words of what people used to call a whippersnapper. Really? Seriously? You have nothing better to say. And that's what you come down with. You who are quite privileged and have been honored so many times and appreciated for your work. And in fact, Misty Copeland did a video in which she showed that she had worn a jacket promoting his film for which he is nominated for an Oscar, Marty Supreme. And she's like, what's up with this? You're saying that my work is somehow not good, not respected, not anything? Where are you coming from with that? Well, so that makes no sense to me.
And I think that is so much a part of this. It is so easy for him to sit on that chair, right across from Matthew McConaughey, and talk about that at the same time he's doing his Oscar campaign, talking about how great he is and Marty Supreme because of how much he trained and how much he worked for this and how much this is his moment to be somebody, since Marlon Brando, to win 3 Oscars, to be nominated for 3 Oscars, that this one is so deserved, and then castigate these two art forms where people practice and rigorously physically train for years and years and years, something he could never do, maybe, except for years and years and years from now. So for him to not take into consideration all the people who are doing this, while, by the way, at the same time, I was just corresponding with the Boston Ballet the other day, they are selling out performances of their program right now. So take that, Timothy Chalamet. You may dismiss that it doesn't have the same audiences as blockbuster movies. And by the way, I can't remember the last time I was in a movie theater that I saw it sold out, but I have definitely been in theaters where performing arts organizations have sold out.
Absolutely.
It just seems so ignorant, and it's my phrase for people who say things like this and act like this is somebody who clearly has not touched ground in a long time.
Right.
I will refer to the critic from the Guardian newspaper. He said, AI is coming for you and all your actor friends. And by the way, that means that we humans like to watch live performances of real humans. So take that.
Well, yeah, and why also punch down?
I don't understand that either. I mean, that was an opportunity for him to actually sort of, you have the mic, you have the platform. And I mean, and maybe acknowledge that there are people who are constantly sort of trying to, who are striving really hard in these art forms, and say, like, we need to pay more attention. We should be investing more into these art forms, and yet he didn't go that way. He went in for the cheap laugh. He really did.
Well, and which he thought was going to be a cheap laugh.
Yeah,
I think he got surprised.
Yeah, he certainly did. And so if people are tracking the Oscar potential for this actually probably will not. That they didn't really surface until about the last week, at about the same time that the Oscar voting closed. So anybody who might be turned off by what he said and would not vote for him for Marty Supreme as Best Actor doesn't really have that opportunity because their ballots were already in.
That is correct.
I wonder if his mom yelled at him, though.
I would love to know that.
Be like, Timothy!
And out in San Francisco, I think they're giving a discount of 14-something. It's something with 14. Remember he said I just lost 14 cents.
Yeah.
But they're doing like dollars or something to get a ticket, which I thought was, if you put in the code Timothy.
Yeah, well, again, at least he's got people talking about it. That's the only value in all of this. Well, while Timothy Chalamet thinks opera is dead, Andrew Hyers definitely does not. He is an opera singer putting the car in Carmen. He recently joined the sales team of a local Florida car dealership, and now he's having viral success, singing dramatic arias about Chevrolet Corvettes and Camaros.
That used Corvette, it just was sold, and it was not sold by me, but it can be yours for a slow fee.
which is very hilarious. So, I mean, so he both makes Timothy Chalamet's point and unmakes it, because he is a man who wasn't getting opera gigs, also living in Florida, so maybe didn't have as much exposure to, although you can be hired and flown anywhere, but wasn't getting the opera gigs. So he began filming himself, or being filmed on the car sales lot, doing these arias, and now he has I think 1 million followers I saw on either TikTok or Instagram, or both together. So he has used his talent in opera to bring great visibility to himself.
Not to mention that he's really, really good.
Yeah,
he's really good.
Very good. I was going to say, no pitchiness there.
No, he's great. And he speaks to, like, he truly represents somebody who can pivot and think fast on his feet in terms of, like, how do I sell cars? He started selling these cars at the end of January, wasn't very successful, realized there's a learning curve and these things take time, and then was like, hey, I need to sell myself as well. And how do I do that? Well, I know how to sing, and here is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to sing and sell these cars. And when this piece came out originally in the Washington Post, he had only sold 1 car since he started singing for his dinner. But since then, I think he's gotten a lot of attention. So who knows, maybe that used Corvette, maybe he'll be able to claim the commission on the next one that's sold.
I love that. It's a couple of things I wanted to point out in the piece. He said, I love this quote. He says, I've been trying to remind myself we don't stop being artists just because we're not making art full time.
Yes.
I love that, because I always say artists will find a way to keep going, to do the work, because they have to do the work. They're so inspired to do it. And the other thing about it is opera is busting out of traditional spaces. I just want to comment. I wish I knew where these 2 women were, but I want to say they're in the Midwest somewhere, but they're doing opera in breweries as a regular gig.
I like that.
And they love it. They said, they wanted to they were opera trained people, and they weren't doing regular gigs. Some of them, get work and don't go work. And they were like, let's sing in a brewery, and people love it.
Well, opera has sprung, just like all musical theater, and it is musical theater, it's sprung out of these venues wherever they may be. I know they've been doing operas in bars for a long time in England, and this is, I always point out, you look at the great stories in opera, it's all about murder and affairs and relationships gone south. It's everything that we're watching in movies or on Netflix today. It's just that they're singing it, and look at how he can pull people in about singing about Corvettes and Camaros and make it very accessible. So my guess is, yes, it's going to help this car dealership, but also he's going to land jobs out of this, because as Christina noted, he's really good.
He is really good.
And now his story brings great PR for the next time he's cast in Rigoletto or anything of that nature, because they get to share that story. And his is even a little bit deeper, because more stumbling blocks for him getting jobs is the fact that he had a cancer diagnosis, had treatment, then when he was just getting back on his feet, COVID happened. We know that shut down all the performance halls. So this is a man who's really re-entering the fray in a big way.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to point out that half the country of a certain age particularly first got engaged with opera through Looney Tunes.
Right.
Exactly. And now it's through Bluey. Now you can
there you go.
Can get through Bluey. But that was the other thing. I think exposure is a big part of it. And so when you talk about opera singers in bars, I mean, for a lot of people who didn't grow up going to the opera, if you go to a bar and then there you are, you're exposed to this amazing performance, that is another way to get people interested. I mean, sometimes it's just a matter of stumbling upon something in an unexpected arena or venue, and then there you go, you have a new audience.
Yeah, sometimes it's troublesome that you have to walk through the gilded halls and the marble entryways to get to something. It's intimidating. It's certainly not when you're crashing through people in the bar to get up to get your seat so you can get your shot. Exactly. I guess that speaks to who we are. Christina's going to have a pint, I'll have a shot. Well, coming up, we're getting ready for Hollywood's biggest night, including looking at Bridesmaids. 15 years after the comedy first crashed awards season, the unbridled bridal party in pink reunites on the Oscars stage. That and more is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
The synth-pop duo Hot and Freddie grew out of singer Michelle Buzz's obsession with 17th century fashion and the traveling circus. The music came a little later.
I remember the time I was like, I found pirate blouses, and like, would you wear one?
And I was like, yeah, of course I'd wear a pirate blouse.
I'm Elsa Chang. We'll talk about Hot and Freddie's debut album, Big Disgrace, on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And M. Steinert & Sons, celebrating the 173rd anniversary of Steinway & Sons this March. Their Newton Piano Gallery offers new and used grand and upright Steinway pianos. More at msteinert.com/March. And the Simmons Leadership Conference, a one-day experience featuring Hoda Kotb, Misty Copeland, and Juliet Funt. Tuesday, March 17th in person in Boston and online. Learn more at inclusiveleadership.com. And Compass on the Bay, an assisted living community in South Boston for those with Alzheimer's and related dementias, with research-based therapeutic programming for those with memory loss. More at compassonthebay.com.
GBH News is your home for trusted local news. Get it at 89.7 on the radio, gbhnews.org, and subscribe to the GBH News YouTube channel. GBH News, what matters to you.
Welcome back to The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen, live from the GBH studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm joined by Culture Show co-host Callie Crossley and journalist and GBH News alum Christina Quinn. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review, which includes, as you can hear, all things Oscars. We're gearing up for Hollywood's biggest night with a preview. That would include the red carpet runway, the musical numbers choreographed to capture the year's cultural moments, and host Conan O'Brien unleashed for a second time in a room full of A-listers. Well, I guess we should just start talking about this year. And this is a really exciting year because unlike a couple of categories, okay, Jessie Buckley, Best Actress, just give it to her now. Right. We can make the award shorter by giving it to her right now. Everything seems to be up for grabs, and that is rarely the case at this point. We usually know going into who's going to win Best Picture, who's going to win most of them. There's usually a surprise or two. But this year, there's a lot of excitement.
And it's up for grabs because people's performances, folks can't pick. You know, I like so-and-so. They're so great, but then how do you compete with so-and-so? Because they're so great. So it's not a question of there's somebody in there who's sort of dragging the category down. That's right. Everybody's pretty powerful and strong.
Right. I love all of them. Mm-hmm. Just like I love all of my children.
Don't you have one children?
I have two. And I love both of them the same.
I do think it's interesting that they're highlighting two songs in particular from the two hot properties. One from K-pop Demon Hunters, the song Golden, which I do believe is going to win. But the other performance is from Sinners, I Lied to You, which has a very strong following as well. And both songs have been received with open arms by people. And so this will be fascinating to see what happens there. And it'll add a lot of excitement to the ceremony itself.
I have to say, I think that Golden, to me, I think it was one of those rare moments in 2025 where I think our nation was united thanks to K-pop Demon Hunters. Like, we could all agree this is an amazing movie. This movie has bangers. And like, I now know, I mean, granted, I've watched this movie about 11 times. My youngest has watched, I think, 21 times. And so it is deeply ingrained. It is now part of our DNA. But it just seemed like it was a real movement. Like, it was something that everyone got swept up in last summer. And I loved it.
And I think you can also say that about One Battle After Another and Sinners.
Yes.
I mean, Sinners comes in as the most nominated Oscar, having the most Oscar nominations ever with 16. One Battle After Another has 13. Remember, people were talking about that. Hollywood has so much love for their own, and that includes Paul Thomas Anderson, who has not been nominated, but also they love a really good story. And Ryan Coogler's is an amazing story with what he has done in Sinners, and that has just changed everything. And I never fill out Oscar ballots because it would be horribly embarrassing of how wrong I would be as the host of the Culture Show. But this year I would never venture to, because even in this moment, well, that's not true. I think it's going to end up being Sinners at the end of the day, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it really just depends on. And I'm terribly afraid it's going to be Timothée Chalamet, because I do have a dog in that fight, and I'd like it to be Michael B. Jordan because he played two characters.
He played two people.
I think it's going to be him.
I would like to see him do that. I just want to point out that
you're just really throwing it out there.
Yeah. Our hometown girl, Ruth E. Carter, third nomination, 2 wins for Best Costume Design, and she's up for Sinners as well.
Those are good bragging rights.
Isn't that something?
Yeah,
is really
Springfield
impressive.
native, and they also brought her in to do the costumes for this year's ceremony, which they're leaning into nature and cultural moments. Apparently, there are going to be trees on stage.
Ooh.
There's also going to be Conan O'Brien on stage for the second time. Here's a sampling of his comedic stylings from last year's Oscars ceremony.
Ray Fiennes is excellent in Conclave. Yeah. You are. Excellent. True fact. This is actually Ray Fiennes' 3rd time being nominated. Yeah. If he doesn't win tonight, we all get to call him Ralph. Hey, Ralph, give me a towel.
It's commentary on the spelling of his name. I love that Conan O'Brien is coming back. If you just think of last year as a rehearsal, he'll be just loaded for bear this year, and I love it. He said that he's been going to all these comedy clubs, whether it be a true club or a bowling alley, to test out his material. And this year, people wonder how political he'll get. I can't wait to hear what
I always, whenever I kind of need to get I need to pick me up, and I'll listen to his podcast, and I will always laugh. He knows how to bring the punchline home and bring it out. He always delivers.
He always has the kind of humor that draws everybody in. But I just want to point out that this year's context for him is a sad story, because he lost one of his dearest friends, Rob Reiner, in this horrible, murder situation. And it was at his home. It was the last time everybody saw Rob and his wife alive. And then the next, that night they were killed. So I think about him as a professional, sort of going forward, doing this job, but missing his friend. And he's going to be, Rob and his wife will be a prominent part of the in memoriam segment.
Well, now that you bring that up, I think strangely, touchingly, this is one of the most anticipated moments of the ceremony this year, because I think it's always quite touching however they do it. It's usually one performer on stage. We're reminded of the impact of figures who died, and this year it's just a devastating array of people, from Rob Reiner to Robert Duvall, Robert Redford, Diane Keaton, Catherine O'Hara. It's just, we lost so much of Hollywood this year, and they haven't even addressed yet how they'll do it, because I think they're observing that they're going to do it in a pretty momentous way.
And they've also said at the beginning, which I think will help people not be mad when they don't see everybody on screen, is that they're going to have an online panel of all the folks, everybody, because they can't fit everybody into the segment on the broadcast. So that's going to be interesting to see as well.
So another highlight, I think, is going to be, they're doing a couple of reunions. One is a Marvel reunion. I don't know how they have a stage big enough. How could they possibly? They'll be coming from the ceiling.
Yes,
exactly.
That is
but
right.
the one I'm definitely looking forward to is a bridesmaids reunion on the occasion of their 15th anniversary. For a taste of Bridesmaids, or rather a sniff of Bridesmaids, here's the now iconic bridal dress shopping scene in which the cast grapples with a very ferocious case of food poisoning.
Lillian, I don't know what to say. You look... Megan, are you okay? Oh.
My dress was probably just tight.
Oh my God. You got food poisoning from that restaurant, didn't you? No, I had the same thing that she had, and I feel fine.
Oh my, okay. Oh my God. Not the bathroom. Everybody go outside.
Amazing.
I'm serious.
Everybody has the flu.
I need the toilet.
No, Megan. No! Look away! Megan, no! Look away! Oh!
Remember, that was the movie that made Melissa McCarthy's career.
I know.
She's just been on the ascent ever. I think our team pulled that clip just because they knew it would destroy me. So one of you has to take over right now.
I watched this film when I was planning my own wedding. This came out, and my friend and I, we were both in each other's weddings, and we went to see this movie, and we're dying. I think we may have actually passed away in the theater, and this is now my ghost.
Your afterlife.
This is my afterlife version. And so that movie continues to, I reference it a lot in my head. It's like one of those films that even seeing it as an adult is a formative film for me, because I watched it. I'm like, oh, I remember thinking like how many, like I want to meet I need more Steves in my life so I can call them Stove. Remember when she was on the plane, she was completely high on whatever she was given, and she's like, okay,
Kristen
Stove.
Wiig,
Kristen Wiig, yes, and talking to the flight attendant.
Because she was stuck in economy while her friends were in first class.
Yes. And then, I mean, there's so many amazing points in that movie. And there was also, I think, the first film that I had seen Kristen Wiig in where we really saw her range in acting post SNL, right? Because in SNL, we only saw her as the funny lady. She was funny. And then you see her in Bridesmaids, and she really did have, she brought a lot of gravitas in those moments when there was gravitas. Obviously not this scene, but she's a really great actress, and it's really cool to see that kind of range.
I didn't understand that she had co-written the piece, so that's part of it. But also, the movie is about friendship, and boy, was it relatable about, somebody trying to take over the territory of a longtime friend and what that meant. I mean, everybody was good, and Melissa, as you said, was just at her peak. Get your life. I don't have any friends. I'm a friend. I'm right here. Wake up. Get your life.
She was so sweet.
It was just a really great.
And she had the scally cap and the string of the pearl choker. I mean, it was really an amazing wardrobe. The whole cast really is incredible. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do on the Oscar stage.
Well, I think I utter the phrase look away at least once a week. I won't share why, but the need comes once a week. All right, anything about the Oscars before we leave these? Any predictions, any hopes, any what?
I am hopeful for the documentary nomination, The Alabama Solution, which I watched a few weeks ago and it was completely riveted. It's a really devastating documentary that was primarily filmed with contraband cell phones of inmates inside the Alabama Corrections Department of Corrections, and it really gives you a close look at sort of the truly deplorable conditions of their prisons, and what these inmates are living and how they're living. I mean, people sleeping on floors, and so it looks at these inmates who are activists essentially, and they try to organize, and they actually end up organizing with other inmates in other facilities throughout the entire state, and they go on strike. To me, it's one of those films that's required viewing, and I've continued to think about because it really is something that, we often don't think about people who are incarcerated. And then when you watch something like this, you're like, these are people who don't deserve to live like this and also don't deserve to be killed in prison. So I really hope that it gets the Oscar, though I am concerned what will happen if that does happen, because the three of the main folks who are featured in this film were put into solitary confinement once, or if they will be further punished for this. However, I think there's hope when there's something like this that is nominated.
Well, it's hard to avoid after something like that.
In the same vein, it was just an accident, which got snubbed for some of the bigger nominations, but it still is in the category of adapted screenplay. It's an incredible piece that was shot while the guy was forbidden from shooting it, so it's all hidden footage and all of this kind of stuff. It's really quite great, and of course the history making if Ryan Coogler were to win Best Director. 7 nominations for black directors over the years. No one has ever won. He's probably the closest shot, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah. That'll be really exciting.
Well, and just a programming note, Callie and Lisa Simmons and I will all be back together on Monday in our Brighton studios to recap the Oscars after this weekend. Well, next, the cost of concert tickets. They have become the source of one of the biggest complaints in live music. Prices that surge, fees that stack up, and fans wondering who actually controls the market. In the judicial crosshairs right now is Live Nation, the concert giant that owns Ticketmaster, hundreds of venues, and which promotes thousands of shows each year. It's been the subject of an antitrust lawsuit brought by the Justice Department. The DOJ offered to settle the case this week, but 39 states' attorneys general are still pursuing theirs. So a lot of people are watching what is going to happen right now, because the hope was initially when this antitrust lawsuit started was that Live Nation would be divided up. Ticketmaster would be spun off, and Live Nation couldn't control everything as it does right now. The extent to which they could control everything came out in documents this week, where they revealed Slack communication that 2 employees were having, basically joking about how much they were gouging customers for paying excessive fees for parking, for VIP this, for basically saying customers were so stupid to buy into this and to pay all of this stuff. So it suggests that the company, at least some of their executives, were extremely mindful of what they're doing. Then this settlement came, and it's only for a few $100 million, which is just a drop in the bucket for Live Nation. So this is why there's a lot of rancor right now. The DOJ has settled, but the states are going forward because they haven't seen enough.
Well, even the DOJ thought that they would be forced to sell Ticketmaster. That was a goal for DOJ, and that didn't happen. This just smells to high heaven. It just smells to high. As far as I'm concerned, once you had the evidence of those emails where they were detailing all the various ways in which they could gouge or make extra money off of potential ticket buyers, why are we having a conversation? There it is. We're done here. Make them pay.
Yeah, and the other thing that's really odd is that the judge overseeing the case, he didn't know about the settlement. The announcement of the settlement was made, and he didn't know about it until a few days later. And so the way everything is sort of unfolding is really sus, and like you said, it stinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and this affects us in places here like Boston, where Live Nation owns the House of Blues, they own the MGM Music Hall, they own the Leaders Bank Pavilion, they own the Xfinity Center. Not only do they own those, of course, but they own Ticketmaster, which can apply the fees that it wants. They can sign the artists on that they can only promote through their venues. So this is a way to try to dismantle that and give the pricing back to the customers. The way this reads right now is if this settlement proceeds and DOJ essentially allows it to proceed like this, yes, they pay this drop in the bucket settlement, but things essentially go back to the way they were.
Right.
The only way that would change, as some people have observed, is if Live Nation were to do the right thing, and it doesn't seem that they're inclined to lower their prices, or artists lower their prices, so then it gets put on them because they're the ones ultimately who are controlling their ticket costs and prices to the consumer, but that's also a reflection of what the artists are paying to be in these venues, and it's this really icky conundrum.
I mean, part of the settlement is that they will cap fees,
right,
15%. But that's still a lot. Like that to me doesn't sound like, oh, that sounds fair, guys. Great, like take my money. No, I mean the tickets are always so expensive and cost prohibitive, and then you end up then there's like this weird class system, and you hear people lining up to pay $700 or $1,000 for a ticket, and it's kind of like, well, I don't. That's not my area. I can't do that. So I mean, I would love to see where the states head with this. I mean, Massachusetts is one of the states that has continued, that's filed a lawsuit and is sticking with it, and I'm hoping that they'll keep, put up the good fight.
Because these ticket prices they're not a little bit expensive. They're outrageous.
They are outrageous.
So I just think it's disgusting, and you would have to really, and some people do, really, 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 really want to see someone to put that kind of money out, and then you're not even guaranteed what kind of seat you're going to get after all of that.
Right.
So, I just can't do it.
I think there's definitely more to come. They also had to divest at least 13 of their venues, but only 13 of their venues, and this is where they do all of the things together. So there's a lot more scrutiny to happen, and I'm sure, again, with 39 states looking at it, they will. Well, that's not the only place, to use Callie's words, that the prices are really disgusting, because those economic pressures aren't just reshaping live music, they're also changing where theater is made. Increasingly, Broadway producers are moving to London's West End and other overseas stages, where mounting a show costs a fraction of what it does in New York. So there was really interesting reporting in the New York Times this week by Michael Paulson, who was noting the outrageous expense. I mean, this is everything. We know what the gas prices are right now. We know what energy prices are. And of course, this also affects Broadway because you have to construct sets, you have to hire labor, etc. Everything it takes to build a show. And there are a number of producers who are just recognizing that it is way cheaper to go to London or even outside of London to stage shows where by a significantly lower margin, they're able to do this and mount these shows, get a sense of whether or not they're going to have traction, and then bring them here to the United States. So it's, to some degree, changing the model.
Here's the other thing about it. I think there's a little bit of cachet, and always has been, for those shows that started out in London and came back. You're like, ooh, that was in London. I want to see. Let me see. So you get a little extra something on it. But the money thing is really important. I don't know if anybody's looked at tickets on Broadway, but you really have to do one or two things. Close your eyes and just press the button. Or say to yourself, oh, I'm not paying the mortgage this month because it's equal to your mortgage payment. It is ridiculous.
It is. It's excessive. The prices are. I was actually just in New York last week, and I went to a Broadway show, and, I was by myself, so I felt like it's about, it was one of those things where I'm like, it's about the experience. Pay for the experience. But yeah, I mean, I coughed over like close to $200 for one ticket. It was worth it. It was maybe happy ending. It was an incredible performance, incredible production. But that was a treat, right? One thing that actually really stuck in my mind when we were, in this New York Times piece where they're talking about just sort of like the huge margins in terms of like what it costs to put on a show in New York versus London. One thing that really struck me is that since the pandemic, only 4 of 48 new musicals that have opened since then have made money, have been profitable. Only 4 musicals out of 48 on Broadway have made money. I mean, that is a staggeringly low figure.
Well, it's a staggeringly low figure, especially when you consider that a lot of them are bringing in roughly $1 million a week. So Alicia Keys just decided to close her show, which suddenly I'm blanking on the name of her.
Hell's Kitchen.
Exactly. She's closing that show.
Which was fantastic, by the way.
Which sold $110 million in tickets over the course of its run. Yes, I agree. Fantastic show. Tony nominated, Tony winner. I saw it show. I thought the same thing. And it still hasn't recouped its $22 million budget.
Which seems insane.
So much is going to labor. So much is going to the rents that they're paying for the theaters. It's so difficult for these shows to become profitable. Well, what does this mean? It means we're going to get less musicals. It means we're going to get more of the George Clooney shows that come to Broadway because they know that they can put down a play that's relatively simple to stage, put down a big star that they know everybody's going to come to see, and that becomes entertainment. And then what do? They charge, we talked about this on the show, they charge anywhere from $800 to $1,000+ for a ticket in that case. So this is not a model that's going to work in any scenario.
The other thing they do, which is and I noticed it in Boston too, the runs are shorter. So you're thinking for me, the show people don't have time really to get that word of mouth going. By the time they get it going, the show is gone because it's so expensive to mount the shows.
Yeah, unless you're the Lion King, which I'd be curious to know what they make because they've been putting that show on for 20 years now, maybe more, and so. But
they tour a lot too.
Oh, they do tour a lot, yeah.
Well, and that's how a lot of shows are making their money back. So Alicia Keys is now hoping that, yes, it might be closing on Broadway, but the show is touring here in the United States, plus they'll have tours overseas, and that's where they can finally make their money.
But
they're in debt until then, which is, again, it just doesn't make
It doesn't make any sense.
That's why we're not theater
producers. I saw Hell's Kitchen a couple times, and there was not a seat available. So...
There's something to be said, though, when you're going to London, which is also famous for its, incredibly high costs, high rent, and they're,
high hotel prices.
Yes, putting a show on the West End is significantly less costly than putting a show on.
It's about half.
In Times Square, that's bananas.
And the tickets are actually reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, very. That's why you go and you try to cram in as much as you can because they're so reasonable.
So what you're saying is I should buy a plane ticket to London.
Yep.
And then get a really good seat and probably pay what I would pay for a really good seat.
I would hurry up because the gas thing is kind of problematic now.
Well, remember, a lot of people were doing that for Taylor Swift, too. They were recognizing that it was easier and cheaper to get tickets if you go to a European city, even with the flights and the hotels, which is also mind-boggling. Well, there are still a few ways to bring costs down, and there are producers with the resources to go straight to Broadway, among them the Obamas, whose Higher Ground Productions is backing a new revival of Proof with Ayo Edebiri, of course, Boston native from the Bear, who's now going on to film, television, and Broadway with this performance, and Don Cheadle leading the cast. So the Obamas, of course, have had their big deal with Netflix, and they have produced documentaries, podcasts, television. Now they're getting into the theater business.
I think it's really interesting that there are some other names that I know who have become producers of Broadway shows. Candy Burris, reality star from the Real Housewives of Atlanta. She starred on Broadway now in the Jane. What's the name of that? It's something about Jane Austen. It's a musical or something. And she's in that. And Plain Jane or something. Anyway, the bottom line is she's helped produce a couple of shows, as has Jennifer Hudson. So these are not names I heard of in the past of people who turn to producing, which is where the money is when you talk about producing on Broadway or in films. And so I think that's very interesting. I'd love to know. I mean, to know they love the theater and they want to support, but this is money they're putting in to try to, boost these efforts. And so maybe there's a whole other cadre of people outside of the Obamas and names we know who are being enticed to support in this way.
Well, it's following a political model, because Suffs is going to open here about the suffragists at the Emerson Colonial Theater by way of Broadway in Boston next week, and Malala and Hillary Clinton were both producers of that when it came to Broadway, which I think helps in a couple of regards. Yes, they can bring money, especially in the case of the Clintons, but they also bring another PR story. It helps sell the show, and it's an endorsement if you have somebody like Hillary Clinton who's backing your show, or the Obamas stepping in, and in this case, it doesn't even necessarily make sense. You can see why Hillary Clinton would step into Suffs, rather. But here's the Obamas taking a relatively objective look at what's coming into theater and deciding to invest in proof.
Well, maybe that's a play that's known, though. So it'll be interesting to see. Will this be expanded to plays not so known with people who are trying to do some different kinds of projects? I don't know if people can afford to do that. I don't know.
Well, that would be the hope, because they can afford to lose that money, because that's the other component of what we were just talking about, is there's less chance of risk. If you know there's no chance you're going to make your money back, then you'll just do the sure bet of having the George Clooney show and plunking him down and knowing people are going to come from everywhere to see him.
Right.
And Suffs has a short run here in Boston. I cannot recommend it more highly. It is so good. So if you have not seen it, get thee to the theater.
Fine, I'll go.
Well, coming up, trouble in Montecito. Netflix has ended its involvement with Meghan Markle's lifestyle venture As Ever. The one-time royals attempt to turn jam, candles, and domestic polish into a brand. That and more is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
After 5 years of military rule, Myanmar has a new civilian government. But these new leaders are members of a political party that was set up by the military and won an election widely seen as bogus.
For us, they are the same enemy, the same military, and the same dictator.
Hear that story and the latest global news next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Rockland Trust Bank, helping foster healthy relationships with money by providing education and resources to the community, one neighborhood at a time. Rockland Trust Bank, where each relationship matters. Member FDIC. And the Museum of Fine Arts, presenting Framing Nature, Gardens, and Imagination. This new exhibition of beloved and never-before-seen treasures centers gardens across time, place, and cultures. More at mfa.org. And Brightbound. It's never too early to start thinking about what comes next, and Brightbound helps students from middle school through high school discover rewarding careers. Learn more at brite.bound.org.
Wherever you are, you can stream GBH 89.7 on the GBH News app. From your kitchen to your commute, stay connected with expert interviews and trusted local news. Download the GBH News app today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. If you're just tuning in, this is The Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm joined by co-host Callie Crossley and journalist and GBH alum Christina Quinn. We're going over the latest headlines in our Arts and Culture Week in Review, which includes Meghan Markle. The Duchess of Sussex has been working to establish herself as a doyen of domesticity by way of her lifestyle brand As Ever. She's marketing upscale items including teas, jams, and flour sprinkles. But Netflix has been a partner in As Ever. Now, never more. Christina, I'm going to go to you to lead this one. What can you say, what can't you say, and why can you or can you not say?
Okay, so first, I worked as a senior producer on Meghan Markle's Spotify podcast. And that was called Archetypes. And I really can't say much. That's actually kind of it. I really can't say much. That said, I will say what is As Ever.
Can I say that's very telling?
I think that is very telling. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, this doesn't really surprise me that they are parting ways. This is sort of one of many relationships that have fallen by the wayside. You know, their relationship with Spotify came to a pretty I mean, it was not, I think, a very happy
We can go to Callie at any
departure,
time if you want.
And I'm just going to throw it to you, Callie. Take it away, my friend.
Listen, if I'm paying $64 for a candle, it better be 15 times better than what those Etsy experts can do, and I don't think it is. So I'm done here. I think it was ridiculous.
You're done. This is a big evolution for you.
No, I mean, I enjoyed the story, but this is ridiculous. She can't be this. That's not who you are. I don't even like Martha Stewart, and this is Martha Stewart. So don't try to crowd in somebody else's lane. Stay in your lane. This is not your lane.
Yeah, it was weird that Netflix. Well, we know why Netflix got in as part of the production deal, and it was kind of strange that they would have this component to both online and brick and mortar stores. But the fact that they don't even want to get into this, having her candles, her $64 candles, which should just be hand delivered by her if they're going to be $64 next to the Bridgerton candles in their stores.
Exactly.
And it should burn forever. If you're
exactly.
that candle should just let it burn.
Well, that's not great economics, is it? Well, that's not the only ending this week. After all the shouting, stress, and yes, the sandwiches, The Bear is nearing last call. The FX series is expected to end after its upcoming season 5, turning the lights out on one of TV's most chaotic kitchens. So chaotic that it ended for me 2 seasons ago because I didn't come back after season 3. It was too stressful to watch. I mean, I think it's a great show. It's terrific and great performances, but that show became really, really stressful to watch.
Well, it was always stressful for me, but I've just always been impressed by the acting and the writing, and it's just been so interesting. I appreciate, however, somebody that knows how to do an arc and say, we can get to this point and then we need to be out.
Yeah.
Because, as you know, there are so many shows where they say, well, let's just keep going.
Right.
And then
they
it's
go on
really
way
bad.
too long.
Yes.
And then it's just depressing.
Exactly.
Right. I actually tried watching The Bear, and I really couldn't get past the first few episodes. It was too stressful. It's just too stressful. That's what the news is for.
Don't ever go back to it, because if you get to the Feast of the Seven Fishes, it will destroy you.
Yeah, that was intense.
Yeah, that was the most
really
stressful episode
Duly
of that
noted.
show, or of all of television history, at least in the top 5. And after 65 years in music, Dionne is done. Dionne Warwick says she's recording one final album titled Duets, the Farewell Project, and that's DWUETS, Duets. The Farewell Project is built around collaborations, including with Cynthia Erivo. So after all this time.
Yes, and with another singer named Kalani, whose big song was Folded. She was nominated for a Grammy for that song. I didn't care for the song, but that's neither here nor there. She wanted to do these duets with young people, and they are, enjoying working with her because she's a legend.
Of course.
And the W in the duet stands for Diane Warren, who once again is nominated in Best Song or Best whatever the category she gets nominated in, and never has won. 19 nominations
for the Oscars.
For the Oscars, but she's a really great songwriter. Wow. So
that's what the W stands for in duets.
Yeah,
well, it's also Warwick.
So Dionne, then Warren.
I thought it was Dionne Warwick.
No,
Dionne Warwick.
But she's collaborating
this
with.
This is also. Oh, that's nice.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's not Wiener Schnitzel, if that's what you were wondering.
Anyway, I think it's, if it indeed, some of the cynics say it won't be the last one, but I think if it is going to be her last one, I think this is a great way for her to exit.
All right, well, it's now time for our weekend preview with a rundown of the arts and culture events we're looking forward to this weekend. Callie, what's on your list?
Mudfest, Maine's Mudfest, its first annual Mudfest. It starts on the 19th of March, 10 days of midwinter fun. It's in Portland, Freeport, and Brunswick. All kinds of fun activities. They pulled it together because they wanted to do lots of communal-based fun to just sort of break up March. Before we get to April, we're just all hanging on for April and spring, and there's this period of time where you feel dragged down. So they got all kinds of, orchestral choir singing, some fun musical chairs, some bonfires, some mud stuff for the kids. It's just going to be great
sounds
fun.
Like a good time.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Christina?
Well, Sunday is National Espresso Martini Day. And what better way to celebrate it than with Buffalo Wild Wings Espresso Protini?
That sounds revolting.
Because it is. Apparently, this is definitely like a gimmick, but they're for 2 days only starting today.
Yeah.
Buffalo Wild Wings is offering the Espresso Protini, which has 10 grams of protein, and is rimmed with their Buffalo Dry Rub.
And ends like that bridesmaid clip that we just played.
Possibly, yes. I think it's actually pretty disgusting, but we're talking about it, so I guess they win.
Well, okay, I'm going to end that now because we're running out of time, and I don't want to go to mine, which is, if you want to see a great show, you can do that tonight. Fabiola Mendez at Regatta Bar. Fabiola Mendez is a Puerto Rican cuatrista and singer. She plays the cuatro, which is a Puerto Rican stringed instrument. We had her on the Culture Show, I guess it was about a year and a half ago. We thought her singing was amazing, her playing was amazing. We're not the only ones. Bad Bunny did too, so he called her up. She's been collaborating with him.
Wow, that's
But
really
now
cool.
you can see they've done a Tiny Desk concert together. She's done her own Tiny Desk concert, and so tonight she'll be at Regatta Bar. There are a few tickets left. You should definitely go. Her voice is so beautiful. Well, thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. A reminder that our next Wednesday watch party is next Wednesday, March 18th. We're revisiting Martin Scorsese's classic film Taxi Driver, which turns 50 this year. We hope you rewatch it or watch it for the very first time and call in or join us right here at the Boston Public Library to let us know how it holds up. A programming note, GBH Music is airing a tribute to our late beloved colleague and friend Brian O'Donovan and his long-running program, A Celtic Sojourn. This is a concert with the Boston Pops happening Saturday night at Symphony Hall. And then we're broadcasting the show on Sunday at 7 on 89.7 with Brian McCreath hosting. And again, this is a tribute to Brian O'Donovan and A Celtic Sojourn. Tune in Monday as Callie, Lisa Simmons, and I come together again to recap the Oscars, plus writer Lynette D'Amico on her new book, a very raw and candid account of adapting to a relationship in which her wife became her husband. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a wonderful Oscar watching party and have a culture-filled weekend.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Where's Mary? Where is she? Where is she? She's just about to close up the library.
Spend your afternoon with us. Stay with us for GBH's All Things Considered at 4 and Marketplace at 6:30. But first, the world. A global view of today's headlines from the World Newsroom. Right here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ballet, presenting The Dream, a program pairing Frederick Ashton's Shakespeare-inspired ballet and a dynamic world premiere by emerging choreographer Michael Stromae. Opens March 19th. Tickets at bostonballet.org. There's more than one bracket you should be concerned about this March. That's right, it's season 17 of High School Quiz Show. Play along at home and don't miss an all-new episode tomorrow at 6 on GBH2.
Listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at